I was little and hungry. We were poor, so, as usual, there was no food in the fridge. I opened the fridge and I saw nothing. I closed it, but I got a funny feeling and opened it again. There was a perfectly cut up watermelon, just sitting there waiting for me. To this day, I don't really have an explanation for it. Maybe I didn't look hard enough in the fridge the first time, but it was just right there, just sitting on the shelf at eye level for a 6-year-old on a plate. It never happened again, and that was that. I don't consider myself a spiritual person or even someone who believes in spirituality, but some things have no explanation, and I've firmly accepted that the mysterious watermelon is just one of those things. I've hunted the woods around Catahoula Parish most of my life. My granddad taught me everything I know. Tracking, still hunting, how to read a trail like it's a sentence. I don't rattle easily, and I sure don't spook at every twig that snaps, but what happened last fall made me hang up my gear for the season. It was late October. Weather had finally turned, cooler in the mornings with that bite in the air. It tells you the deer season's getting good. I'd set up my stand before sunrise near Little River, deep in a stretch of bottom land I've hunted for years. I know the woods like the back of my hand. I could walk them blindfolded. About a half an hour after first light, the woods went really still. Not quiet, just still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing was moving. And then I heard something that I'd never heard out there before. It was like this clicking sound. Not like branches or critters, it was rhythmic, sharp, like something tapping its teeth together. At first I thought maybe a hog with bad tusks or something, but it didn't sound natural. And then there was the smell. Rot. Like wet fur and spoiled meat that had been sitting in the sun too long. I've got enough deer to know the scent of decay, but this was something different. I stayed frozen in that stand, trying not to breathe too loud. And that's when I saw it, through the trees. Maybe 60 yards out. Too big to be a man, but shaped like one. All limbs, thin and lanky. But it'd been stretched out. It moved like it was gliding just above the ground, and I swear to God, it was sniffing the air. That clicking noise was coming from it. I watched it move between the trees without a sound, like it belonged to the woods more than I ever had. At one point it stopped and tilted its head straight towards me. I couldn't see its eyes, and I couldn't tell if it could see me. Just the outline of its long, narrow face. It didn't come any closer. It just stared for a minute before slinking off toward the river. Admittedly, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there with my rifle across my knees, feeling more helpless than I'd ever really felt out there, ever. When I finally did climb down, I left everything but the gun and walked the long way back to my truck. That night I told my dad about it. He just shook his head and said that some things out here ain't ours to understand. I haven't been back to the woods since. Maybe I will next season. Maybe I won't. But if I do, I won't be going alone. This isn't my story, but a business friend once told me that he went to Washington for a meeting with some government officials one year. After his meeting, he was walking through this park towards his hotel, and there were a bunch of children on a school trip running around everywhere. As he was walking, he noticed this lady in a long blue overcoat. She was walking towards him on the same path. As she gets closer, she asks him for directions to a place, and he pulls out his map to show her. Eventually, she starts asking what he's here for, and about his family, etc. Eventually, she says, "Steve, do you have anything to be thankful for?" He found this to be an odd question, but he replied. She then asked if he was worried about anything. He responded, Yeah, I just want my daughter to have a healthy child, 'cause she's pregnant right now. The lady then says that she would like to bless Steve. He thinks this is weird, but doesn't want to be rude, and he accepts it. She places a hand on his shoulder and does a blessing. They say their goodbye and start walking away. Steve then turns around after about 3 or 4 steps. He looks back and the lady's gone. He can't see her anywhere in this massive open park. He also realizes where there were kids and people running around him before, there's like a 200-foot radius around him with no one in it. He's convinced that he was touched by an angel or transported somewhere temporarily. He's not really religious either. Just a crazy experience. I was at my friend's parents' house for their annual party. This party has happened every year for 20-ish years and sees many friends and families come and go. Their house is relatively old, built in the 1910s or 20s, and they have stories about resident ghosts, but they're always considered friendly. Before the party was really underway, I was outside with my friend's boyfriend. This was his first time at the party. I was maybe 10, 15 feet in front of him, drawing on the sidewalk. We were facing each other, but not talking or anything. There was no one outside except for a small group of people loudly talking, maybe a block away. I very clearly heard a loud whisper, "Hi," in my left ear. It was a loud whisper, like when loud people try to whisper and it comes out breathy but still loud. I felt that warm breath, and my hair even moved by my ear. I turned to look at who was behind me, and there was no one. As I'm very confused, looking to see who whispered, my friend's boyfriend shoots up and starts power walking towards me, and he asks, "Did you hear that?" He also heard the whisper. It was also right in his ear, except for him, it was his right ear, which means the whisper came from the same direction as I experienced it, since we were facing each other. He thought that it was my friend messing with him, but there was no one outside with us. We both looked around to see if someone had hid, but there was no way. We've decided that it was maybe a ghost of the house or maybe one of the ghosts of a friend who used to attend the party. We've had a few pass on who used to be fixtures at the event. Either way, they were just saying hi. My mother's best friend's boyfriend is a groundskeeper for a cemetery and lives in a house on the land. As you can imagine, he has countless stories and encounters, from an old man sitting at the end of his bed every night mumbling, to shadow figures walking around freely. My favorite of the stories, though, is when he walked into his kitchen to find some invisible someone throwing the tennis ball to his dog for a few minutes straight. He was so desensitized from all these encounters, but he says that this one was the one that really surprised him the most. My grandparents lived in an old farmhouse. You'd hear a little kid laughing sometimes. Doors opened all the time. No slamming, no chaos. Just some friendly spirit. I was probably around 11 or 12 when this happened. Just old enough to start feeling too old to be scared of the dark, but young enough that a certain shadow could ruin my whole night. It was late. I don't remember what time exactly, just that everything was quiet. I knew it well. The middle of the night kind of quiet, where it almost felt like a dream. Usually waking up needing to pee, like I did this night. Bad. I got up, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and padded down the hall barefoot. Our bathroom was across the kitchen, and as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door was open just enough to see inside. The light wasn't on. but there was just enough glow from the hallway nightlight to make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the bathroom, maybe on the bathtub. A woman. She was sitting there, completely still, hands in her lap. And I swear to God, she turned and looked right at me. Just her head, like it was on a swivel. I didn't scream. I didn't even run. I just stood there frozen, half asleep, convinced I must be looking at my mom. That had to be it, right? Maybe she didn't turn the light on. Maybe she was just sitting in the dark like a total weirdo. Moms do weird stuff sometimes. But then I glanced down the hall at my parents' bedroom door. It was wide open. Something about that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to see that. I crept toward their room, every step making my skin crawl a little bit more. I peeked in. My mom was there, completely knocked out, asleep in bed. That's when the fear really hit. This creeping, icy dread climbed up the back of my neck and settled behind my ears. I remember whispering, "No," under my breath, and turning around so fast I nearly slipped on the hardwood. But the problem was, I still had to pee, so I sprinted to the other bathroom, the one connected to the guest room. I slammed the door, locked it, did my business while staring at the crack beneath the door, half expecting to see 2 feet standing outside. When I finally built up the courage to come back out, the hallway was empty. The bathroom door that I had seen her in, it was still open, still dark, but she was gone. I've never forgotten that night. Never forgot the way she looked at me, if you could even call it looking. There were no real features to speak of, just darkness in the shape of a woman, and the heavy, awful feeling that I had walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see. I've never actually seen a ghost. No shadow figures, no faces in the mirrors, nothing like that, but I don't think I need to. What happened in that apartment, my apartment, was more than enough to convince me that something was seriously, deeply wrong there. When I first moved in with my ex, we didn't think much of the place. It was older, kind of creaky, but it was cheap and close to work. Win-win, right? Friends and family would come by and immediately they would say that something felt off, that the energy was heavy or weird, and honestly, that might seem rude if we didn't completely agree. We chalked it up to the age of the building, maybe the poor lighting. We found a way to laugh it off. For a while, it was just little things. Lights flickering on and off, stuff falling off of counters. The usual stuff that you can tell yourself is just electrical problems, or maybe you set something down too close to the edge. But then it got worse. Way worse. There was one night that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I was home alone, just getting ready for bed. I had this long scarf, nothing fancy, just one of those knit ones with little tassels at the bottom, and I had it draped over the top of the bathroom door earlier in the day. As I was walking past the door, something caught my eye. The bottom half of the scarf was lifted, suspended at an angle. Not the whole thing, just the bottom half, including the tassels. Held out like someone was pulling it up mid-air and holding it perfectly still. It didn't wave like a draft hit it. It didn't fall right away. It just hung there, tilted, defying gravity for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and then it dropped. I stood there frozen. I didn't even go into the bathroom. I just stared at the door like if I looked long enough I'd see something there. I didn't, but that was kind of the theme with this place. I never saw anything, I just felt it. That night, I couldn't take it. I threw on my shoes and jacket and walked outside the building, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. I made it halfway down the block before I started crying, full panic mode. I called my grandma and begged her to come get me. There was another time, a totally different night, when my friend and I were outside the building smoking a cigarette. We were just hanging out, talking about nothing, when suddenly we heard what sounded like absolute chaos coming from my apartment. I'm talking chairs being dragged or thrown, shelves being knocked over, bangs against the wall, not just creaks or footsteps, thrashing, like someone was inside tearing the place apart. I dropped my cigarette and ran. We sprinted up the stairs to my door, flung it open, and everything was still. Not just still, untouched. Every chair was where it should be. The shelves were fine. Not a single thing was out of place. I even checked the other units in the building, which was kind of pointless because I was the only person living there at the time. Every other unit was locked and unoccupied. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch scary movies anymore. I used to love paranormal stuff, ghost hunting shows, spooky YouTube videos, all of it. But near the end of my time in that apartment, I wouldn't even say the word ghost out loud while I was there. It felt like acknowledging it gave it permission. It wasn't until after I moved out that I watched Paranormal Activity at a friend's house. I didn't even make it halfway through the movie. I had to leave the room. Not because it was scary, but because I felt that feeling, that weight in the chest, that cold, creeping dread that had followed me around that apartment. The noises, the objects moving, the weird electrical surges, the physical scratches I woke up with more than once. It all came back. I haven't experienced anything like that since I left. Not a single weird sound, no flickering lights, no goosebumps in the middle of the night for no reason. Whatever it was, it stayed behind, and I hope to God it stays that way. My next-door neighbor growing up was a friend of mine, and we had kind of a hangout spot in the patch of woods that ran behind our houses. We were about 14 and were experimenting with cigarettes, so that's where we went to hide. We were out there one day towards sunset and heard her grandmother calling to us. We panicked and put out our cigarettes so that we wouldn't get caught, and as she called our names again, her voice sounded closer this time. That's when we realized that A, her grandmother lived at least 3 hours away and to our knowledge was not expected to visit, and B, the voice was coming from deeper into the woods, not from our backyards. We freaked, and we dashed out of the woods to the safety of our yards, and as we ran, we heard her call out one last time, but her voice sounded different this time, kind of deeper, angry sounding. We didn't enter those woods ever again, unless it was broad daylight. We never heard anything like that again, but by far the scariest experience of my life. The ambulance company I used to work for had a haunted ambulance, Rig 12. A lot of EMTs had their own stories about it, mostly involving weird noises coming from the patient compartment or the electronics going haywire. I never put much stock into paranormal stuff in general, but my experience was with my partner and I, and it was in Rig 12, posted in a rural community around 3 a.m. It was pitch dark and dead quiet. We were both dozing up in the cab. I was in the driver's seat and she was in the passenger seat. I woke up to a muffled voice. I initially thought my partner was trying to talk to me. I told her I was trying to sleep. I rolled over toward the window and closed my eyes again. Then I distinctly heard a male voice say, "Oh my God, am I dying?" Followed by what sounded like heavy breathing for a couple of seconds and then complete silence. My partner and I both sat straight up and looked back into the patient compartment where it sounded like it came from. It was quiet for a couple of seconds. Then we heard the click of an oxygen bottle regulator and hissing like it was leaking. I turned on the compartment lights, and we both piled out of the rig. Initially, I thought a transient may have climbed in the back while we were asleep, was messing with stuff. So we walked around the back of the rig, opened up the back doors. No one was back there. I checked both oxygen bottles. Neither were opened. Needless to say, we kept the lights on in the rig and didn't sleep much after that. I don't know if I believe in hauntings, but I guess it would make sense for an ambulance to be haunted. Rig 12 had been in service with various agencies for over a decade. It'd probably seen its fair share of patients die in the back. I rode in it a couple of shifts after that, but nothing else strange happened that I can recall. I've spent a good deal of my adult life behind the wheel, long-haul trucking across the country, days and nights blending together, learning quickly that the road can be just as unforgiving as it is familiar. But strangely enough, the closest call I've ever had didn't happen in a rig. It happened while I was driving a cargo van. It was a one-off job, smaller load, short run, so I took the van and hit the freeway. Somewhere along the stretch, I picked up a hitchhiker, middle-aged guy, polite, didn't seem strung out or shady, just quiet. We got to talking a bit, nothing too memorable. The freeway was moving fast, and I was tucked behind a large SUV that was blocking my view of anything ahead of it. Then the guy next to me suddenly shouts, "Tire, tire," and starts pointing frantically ahead. I slammed on the brakes without even thinking, more out of reflex than anything. The SUV in front of me swerved too late. A massive runaway tire, looked like it came off a semi, had rolled directly into its lane. It smashed into the front end of the SUV like a wrecking ball, and then shot into the air. It came down hard right in front of my van. I watched the steel band snap and uncoil like a whip. The tire finally rolling to a stop just feet from my front bumper. If I hadn't hit the brakes when I did, I'm almost certain that thing would have landed right on top of us. The guy got out at the next gas station. I don't remember his name, and he didn't say much before heading off, but I think he saved my life that day. And that's the thing about the road. You expect danger to come from careless drivers or bad weather, but sometimes it's a loose tire with your name on it, and a stranger in the passenger seat telling you when to stop. I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still, too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend, not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching, silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're gonna think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that, calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. And there was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower. Probably because it related to my situation so incredibly, I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't, and then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. Not to. This place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past, that was weird, before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door, because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. I was young when this happened, maybe 7 or 8. My great-grandmother's house was old, smelled like lavender and dust, and every creaky wooden floorboard had its own memory, I'm sure of it. It wasn't a scary house, not exactly, but something about it always made me feel like I wasn't alone there. One evening, I was walking through the hallway toward the den, the dim glow of a single lamp stretching my shadow along the floor. The adults were talking in the kitchen, their voices drifting faintly through the house. I wasn't paying much attention to anything but my shadow, just wandering the way kids do when they're bored. That's when I noticed something in the darkened sitting room. It was a shape. It was crouched behind the love seat, just visible past the armrest. At first I thought maybe it was a shadow of something else, a trick of the light, my eyes adjusting to the dimness of the room. But the longer I looked at it, the more certain I was that it was someone. Except it wasn't. It had the shape of a person, but not the substance. The figure was glowing, white, with hints of gold shimmering along its outline, like candlelight flickering against glass. It had no features, no face, no clothes, just a smooth, radiant silhouette that pulsed slightly, as if it were breathing. And it was moving, not standing, not walking, but beckoning. It didn't have hands, not really, but I knew it was calling me. A slow, deliberate motion, like someone coaxing a child forward with an outstretched palm. I could have run, but I didn't. I stood frozen in the doorway. It didn't feel evil exactly, but it wasn't comforting either. It was just there, watching. The air around me did feel heavy, like the room itself was closing in. The faint voices from the kitchen seemed impossibly far away. The golden glow of the figure was the only thing that felt real. Then the floor creaked behind me. I spun around expecting to see my mom or one of my relatives, but no one was there. When I turned back, the figure was gone. Just empty space behind the love seat. No shadows, no shapes. I didn't go into that room again for the rest of our visit. Years later, I can't help but still wonder what it was. A spirit, a memory imprinted on the house. Something that had been there long before me, waiting for someone to notice, maybe. It never felt like it wanted to hurt me, but I was still afraid. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. There was a story passed down from my great-great-grandfather about his time on the Oregon Trail. Although the snakes and dysentery were common struggles amongst the pioneers, there was something far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined lurking in the plains of the Northeast. Creatures that would hunt the travelers and pick off family members, one by one throughout the night. Other wagon convoys would often pass by the destruction and carnage left in its wake. Most always because resources were scarce. The parties that did stumble upon the blood-covered land would loot the wagons and whatever clothing remained that they could find, as groups would inevitably cross paths and trade their goods. They'd also trade stories of a vile beast roaming the prairie. Skeptics would argue that it was the Native American tribes committing these acts against them, but some claimed that they'd seen the monster firsthand while traveling through the night. Whether the stories they told were nothing more than tall tales or based in reality, the tragedy that littered the trail was undeniable, and the families brave enough to pack up everything they had to go on this adventure were suddenly becoming more and more fearful of what was to come next. It was true that the pioneers had consistent run-ins with the Native American people. Most occasions were met passively. It was rare for them to engage with the wagon convoys. When skirmishes did happen, the natives were ruthless, and what they left in the brutal aftermath would be a mess of death in their own right. But it was a distinctively human mess. There would be discarded weapons, broken blades, and the wagon usually blackened by fire and missing its valuables. One of the most glaring differences being what condition the horses were left in. The natives either shot or stole whatever animal was at the front of the wagon. The beasts would consume them, either fully or partially, but always leaving the hooves and the horseshoes. Their bones would look crushed, as if bitten through with the strength far beyond the capabilities of a bear or a mountain lion. My great-great-grandmother, she was named Abigail, and she was just 5 when our family started their journey west. The immediate family she intended to travel with consisted of her mother, father, and her 2 older siblings, who both died on the day before they were set to leave. One of them was ran over by a horse, and the other was shot as they tried to defend their siblings' honor by stabbing the man who was riding the horse. The remaining 3 members would bury the 2 and depart before the sun came up the next morning. Abigail's dad, Amos, steered the wagon during the daytime, a male presence in the open to detour bandits. Then Livy, the mother, would stay up through the night and keep lookout. She could hold her own with a rifle, and during one of her nightly shifts on guard, she'd see something that she described starting out as a native woman. She rose up from the tall grass, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Livy stood up from the small fire burning next to the wagon. She called out to the woman with a hello while waving the rifle in the air. The native woman stayed unmoving, all but her hair that was pushed around by the wind, and following its dance like the grass that grew past her hips, she was practically a silhouette against the night sky. And as the wind continued to blow her hair around, clumps of it began to fall away. She let out an agonizing, piercing scream that makes Livy lower her rifle. She moved her feet into a shooting stance. She watched in horror as the woman's screams transformed into a sickening gargle. Strands of what was originally thought to be the woman's hair began to move independent of the natural flow of wind. What Livy saw was explained to me as if it had come from the woman's throat, out her mouth, described like roots from a tree growing upside down. But the roots were alive and moving, stretching up to taste the cold air. What Livy saw before her no longer resembled a human, and it scared her enough to fire a shot from her rifle. The round hits the creature square in the chest, and it fell backwards into the tall grass, no longer gargling. The commotion had woken up Amos, and he was able to see the woman right before Livy pulled the trigger. Quickly grabbing a lantern from a hook inside the wagon, he ignited the oil and began panning the light over the tall blades of grass while standing on the wagon's front bench as Livy loaded another round into the rifle. She raised it again and put the wooden buttstock against her shoulder, and with the flint stock ready to fire while Amos continued to slowly move the lantern's glow across the land. While Abigail laid undisturbed, fast asleep, under an assortment of fabrics and animal hide, her parents were wide awake, just outside, prepared to meet any adversary that entered in their distance of illumination. From the back of the wagon, the family's 2 oxen started to make noise. Their bellies jingled aggressively, and the wooden bar that their ropes were looped to broke off the wagon, nearly tipping it over in the process. Amos and Livy watched as both of their oxen gallop in different directions into the darkness of the pasture. Without words, Livy takes off towards the back of the wagon. Amos, who's still on the wagon, turns and faces the lantern into the covered wagon. Before Livy's able to get all the way around, she hears Amos scream. 2 more long strides, and she's able to see why he's screaming. The native girl that Livy had previously shot was standing on the back of the wagon. She was facing the light that Amos was holding, shining at her. And that's when Livy was able to see the girl's features. The skin on the girl was discolored, hung loosely on her bones. Livy determined by her clothing that she was a native girl. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed in a fog. By all accounts, the girl looked deceased. Then, her jaw slowly opened, and her deep gurgling choke began again. Livy aimed the rifle, and as the first tentacle slid from the girl's lips, she fires. It takes off part of the girl's skull, but it doesn't fall or bleed. It was like her body was being used as a shell for something Livy and Amos couldn't see. It let out a hiss that sounds comparable to a fast-moving river. It's a burst of noise, and the creature turns its attention to Livy. Inside the wagon, Amos is terrified and does the dumbest, maybe smartest, quite possibly only thing he can do, which is to throw the oil lantern at the creature. The lantern explodes and fully engulfs the girl's body, sets the wagon top cover on fire. Livy runs to the wagon, desperately tries to untie the cover from the frame, as Amos fights through the fire to get Abigail. The creature jumps from the wagon and runs only a few yards before collapsing. The wagon was saved by Livy's quick actions, all except a cover, which they could purchase at the next junction. As the sun rose that morning, before continuing on, Amos located what was left of the girl's charcoaled remains, and it said that he did find the girl's body. It was completely blackened from the fire, unrecognizable of any features, besides being in the shape of a human. Amos noticed the head and the neck were missing, down to the curve of the body's shoulder blades. It revealed a hollow inside. the rib bones holding its skin like a tent, but no innards. It was believed that something was inside that poor dead native girl, controlling her, either as a shell or a lure. Then it crawled out when it could no longer use the corpse. Neither Amos or Livy spoke as they stood over that corpse. They never told the others in their convoy what happened either. But after that night, they noticed something strange. Stories of people disappearing, wagons left untouched, horses eaten. They stopped, as if whatever had been hunting them had moved on. Or maybe just moved somewhere else. The story's been passed down through generations in my family, always ending the same way. What Amos and Livy saw that night wasn't a person, and it wasn't just a creature. It was something else entirely. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up." "What are they doing right now?" "They're watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. I always thought there was something off about the first middle school I ever taught in. It was built in the 1900s, but it was your typical school until everyone was gone. At least that's when I felt it. It was when I started staying late to grade papers that I truly felt it. I was still getting used to the rhythm of lesson plans and grading, and staying late had become a habit. The quiet hallways were kind of peaceful during those hours. I liked the solitude. But on one of those nights, as I sat alone in my classroom, I heard keys jingling. Not so strange, right? At first, it didn't strike me as odd. The janitor, Mr. Morales, often worked late. I figured he was just making his rounds. But as the sound grew louder, something felt off. Even though the sound was getting closer, it still sounded distant. It had a constant, steady rhythm, echoing off the empty walls. There was no pattern, no pause to unlock a door or push a cart. I poked my head out into the hallway, still expecting to see Mr. Morales. The sound was closer now, but still distant or muffled. More importantly, there was no one there. Still hearing the jingling, I called out, "Mr. Morales?" My voice trembling a little. Just silence. I shrugged it off, returned to my desk, telling myself I was obviously being paranoid, but it wasn't the last time it happened. Over the following months, the jingling became a regular occurrence on nights when I worked late. I'd hear it weaving through the hallways, sometimes more distant than others, and sometimes just right outside my door. It became almost predictable. One evening, I decided to just find Mr. Morales, to prove to myself that it was nothing strange. I waited until the jingling started again and quietly stepped into the hallway. The sound was coming from the staircase near the library, so I followed it. As I turned the corner, the jingling abruptly stopped. I found myself staring down an empty corridor. Then, from behind me, the sound started again. I spun around, and there was no one there. I didn't stay late again for weeks after that, but teaching is relentless, and deadlines don't care about ghost stories. So inevitably, I found myself back in the classroom after hours. I brought music to drown out the sounds. It didn't work. The keys jingled louder than ever, as if they were trying to compete with my headphones. I ripped them off, my patience finally snapping. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice echoing down the hallway. For the first time, I heard something other than keys. A low, guttural sigh. I didn't go back to work for 3 days. When I finally did go back, I was forced to, once again, work late. This night, I stayed later than I usually do, and though I heard the keys most of the night, I then heard something else. More keys. Different, though. These sounded present, in the same room. As I took a quick stroll down the hallway, I saw Mr. Morales. I decided I was ready to talk to him, even if he was going to laugh at me, to tell me that I was hearing things. I told him my story, and he asked me, "So you've been hearing keys at night, before tonight?" I told him, yes, I'm not usually here this late, but I'm always here until 6. "That's not me," he said, "and it's not my keys." He pulled out his key ring and gave it a shake. The sound was sharp and metallic, completely different from the haunting, hollow jingle I'd heard. He then goes on to explain that he never comes to the school before 7. So, not Mr. Morales. It wasn't until years later, during a staff meeting with some older teachers, that I learned the truth. Decades ago, a janitor named Mr. Tate had worked at the middle school. He was known for his kindness and dedication to the job, which he'd had for almost 30 years. One winter, while locking up, he'd suffered a heart attack, and he'd slipped on an icy staircase in the basement. He was found the next morning. When I'd first learned the story, it gave me chills. I'd never told anyone about what I'd experienced, but another coworker said, "They say you can still hear his keys sometimes, especially if you're here late. Poor guy's just making his rounds." For some reason after that, the jingling didn't really frighten me as much, but it never stopped. Even on my last night there, as I packed up my classroom for the final time, I heard it. The keys faint and steady, following me down the hallway, almost like an old friend saying goodbye. One day in August 2013, I went to Mastic Beach in Long Island, New Jersey. Mastic was extremely far from being safe, and someone like me was definitely the minority there. Now this beach is extremely filthy and has rarely ever been cleaned. It was the closest beach from where I lived. The other closest beach was over 35 minutes away, and I only had a learner's permit at the time. I really wasn't supposed to be driving alone at all, but the beach was only 5 minutes away, and there were no police in that area. I arrived at the beach. I saw that there were no cars in sight. I took a chair, towel, handbag out of my car and placed it on the sand. After placing these items down, I walked my way over to the water, put my feet in there. I walked further into the water. Now my knees were in there. I thought about swimming for a second, but I saw that the water was all murky and had algae in it. So what I did was walk out of the water, walk back to the shore. I grabbed my chair, dried myself off with a towel. I wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon because it was hot out and it was very sunny. It was nice. Instead of going back in the water, I decided that I would walk along the Long Beach area, so I proceeded. About 10 minutes into my walk, I started to smell something. At first, I figured that it was just some trash lying around near, or some dead fish. As I continued to walk forward, the smell kept getting stronger and stronger. The whole time walking, I didn't look in any direction other than in front of me. I was still walking, looking only at 12 o'clock. I felt my foot hit something hard and hairy. I looked down, and what I saw was something that you'd hear in a horror story. Right below me was the lifeless head of an old woman, and her eyes and mouth were open wider than humanly possible. As I saw this, I screamed like a little girl and ran so fast, like I was on steroids. When I got back to my chair, I threw up immediately from running so fast and from the gut-wrenching sight that I had just seen. I got my phone out of my bag and called the police. I then connected to a 911 dispatcher, told her everything that she needed to know. She then told me to stay put where I was at, as the police would be on their way. When the police arrived, I told them where the body was. They thanked me, told me to go home because they were going to shut down the beach area. It was under investigation. I would say about 3 weeks had passed when one morning I turned on the news, like I would always do, and I saw that the dead woman had finally been identified. Her name was Diane Ross, and she was 63. It was also revealed that the cause of her death was murder, as she'd been stabbed in the back of her neck. I was in such disbelief. They were never able to trace the DNA to whoever had killed her, and the killer had never been caught, which I guess is the scariest part about all of this. As of today, I never went back to that beach, and I never will. I have also moved to a different and more wealthier town in Long Island, where it's more safe, the crime rate is low. Although this was 11 years ago, it still feels like it was yesterday. Time flies fast. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. Scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. Before the whole pandemic mess took place, my husband Jerry and I took a 5-day cruise from Florida to the Bahamas on Carnival Conquest for New Year's Eve. We had a middle cabin room, small and no windows, so it messed with our sleep schedule. Personally, I wasn't too intrigued by open water, but Jerry thinks he was a sailor in a past life. This one, however, he's an account coordinator for a law firm in Fort Worth. So I thought we'd indulge his passion. And what a better way than for the new year, which also lands close to our wedding anniversary in January. Unfortunately, I'll have to insist upon it being our last cruise that we ever take. The trip itself was beautiful. The ship was clean. The walkways and rooms were spacious, and our room even had a small hot tub inside. Probably better than all of the hotels I've ever visited, honestly. The first couple of nights, Jerry and I let loose. From sunup to sundown, we were either dancing, drinking, or gambling. At one point, we were doing all three at the same time. Night 3, it's 1 a.m. We spontaneously decide we'd dress snazzy, go to one of the restaurants for some pirate pizza. Jerry's still a little schlitzed from the day drinking, and midway through our meal, he jokingly demands to go out on the deck and smoke a cigar. I oblige, but I tell him that I'll wait for the hostess to come back to let her know that we'll be back. It's 2 minutes from Jerry leaving the table and me reconnecting with him on the deck when I find him talking to a crew member of the ship. Jerry asks if I've got any cash on me, because this kid can sell us an eighth. Apparently his operation is relatively lucrative on this boat. If you're ever on an East Coast cruise liner and you meet a man named Xander working on deck, ask about the deals. Xander takes us down to the lowest part of the ship. That's where the crew sleeps and congregates on their off time. Off the bottom step, Jerry stumbles to the railing, clutching his chest like he's having a heart attack. Xander runs for the emergency phone to call for medical assistance, then hangs up and starts running up and down the hallways looking for help. This leaves me to absolutely lose my mind as my husband slumps further to the floor, balancing on one knee before tumbling into the mixed-matched patterns of the lower deck carpet. I roll him on his back and I begin CPR until the doctors arrive. By then, I was sure Jerry had passed. He was unresponsive through my resuscitation efforts, and he remained that way when the doctors threw him on a gurney. The gurney was welded to the back of this golf cart-looking thing. The vehicle wasn't large enough to fit us all, so they left me on the first floor deck. I was in shock. It all happened so fast. I didn't know whether to stay there or wait for someone to come get me, or if I should chase after the miniature ambulance that was speeding away. We'd left our phones in our room, but thankfully, I'd recently gotten Jerry's pocket watch fixed. It was going to be a surprise anniversary gift for him. I pulled it out of my purse, and I used it to get some sort of durational sense. It was a little after 3. Moments later, I heard another golf cart zipping down the small corridors towards me. It was another worker from the ship coming to get me. Using multiple sets of ramps, we drive to the 3rd floor where the medical team is working on my husband. Jerry was laid out on a cot with an advanced cardiac life support machine. We'd find out that he didn't suffer from a heart attack. He was electrocuted. Faulty wiring in the wall had fallen and come to rest on the inside portion of the railing that Jerry grabbed. It could have been anybody that night. Jerry was simply the lucky one to discover it when he placed his hand on the railing. Eventually, Jerry becomes conscious again. When his eyes open back up, the first thing he says is, "Do you have my pocket watch?" I say, "Yes." I hand it over to him while explaining my original plan. And then I was like, "Wait, how did you know I had it?" He smiled. I was sort of pissed he'd ruined his surprise. Again, he does that. But really, I was just happy that he was alive. Apologies if this story feels scattered. Something new just happened, so I'm trying to get it all down before it leaves my brain, though I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. I guess I'm looking for advice. So first off, before tonight, 3 weeks ago exactly, my girlfriend Kayla and I experienced something strange while walking from my car to my house. Just as we approached the doorway, we both heard what sounded like laughter. We stood there silently for a moment, listening carefully. I think we both felt that the laugh wasn't one that we recognized. Even more so, it felt manufactured. A combination of a high-pitched voice and an unnaturally low voice in unison. We didn't hear it again after standing there, so we thought nothing of it, decided to go inside. When we walked into the living room, I was expecting to see a movie being played on the TV, but instead, the TV was off and I see my best friend, his girlfriend, and one of her friends are all sitting around the coffee table in front of the couches. Probably playing Monopoly again. These two loved games, so I felt it was a safe assumption. When we walked in, the 3 of them practically jumped from sitting to a standing position, followed by exhales of relief when they set eyes upon the 2 of us. Who else did they think was going to be coming in anyway? I shrugged it off and we walked over to see what they were really up to. They'd reclaimed their seated positions, and as I got closer, I realized they were using a Ouija board. "What the hell?" I asked, almost laughing. My best friend responds while rolling his eyes. "Julia's idea. His girlfriend's friend." I sort of laugh and tell him to have fun, and I start to walk to my room. But instead of following me, Kayla says that she wants to do it too. "Do what?" I asked. The board. Before I could say anything, Julia pipes up. Sorry, but we already started the session. It's bad luck to bring in newcomers mid-session. I laughed. I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. Was she serious? How could anything possibly be bad luck when it came to a board game? Laugh all you want, but we can't just introduce someone new. Sorry. I guess part of me felt like they were making Kayla feel bad. I didn't know why, but it just seemed silly to me. But then Kayla said something that surprised me. Oh no, I totally understand. I don't want to mess with something you guys already have going on. Next time, though. Everyone agreed, and then I was following Kayla to my room. We messed around, played video games for hours before finally deciding to go to sleep. Kayla fell asleep instantly. I, on the other hand, I couldn't shake this very uncomfortable feeling I had. Laying there, I tried to figure out why I was feeling this way. Without even really thinking, I was just looking around my room. The feeling, it was as if someone were watching me use the bathroom or something really personal. I was laying in bed and not half as vulnerable, but that's just how it felt. I felt like I was tossing and turning all night. In the morning, Kayla said that she woke up a few times. Each time, I was asleep. She sounded concerned, though, not just making an observation. So I asked her, did something happen? Hesitantly, she tells me that, yeah, one of those times something did happen. There's a street light close to my house, specifically on my side of the house, and you can often get a glow of light in the room from it. The window itself appears lit up because of this. She was unable to fall back asleep and considered using the bathroom. Before getting out of bed, she had an intense feeling that she should look at the window. When she did, she saw a handprint form on the glass. Kayla told me it was as though someone had made condensation and then placed their hand there. She was only able to look at it for a couple of moments before it disappeared, just as a real handprint might do, under the same conditions. I was disturbed, honestly. My first thought wasn't even about the board, because, for the record, I'd never even bothered to consider what a Ouija board was, besides the basis of some scary movies. I thought someone was outside my window. I didn't want Kayla to think I didn't believe her, but I had to know, so I asked some clarifying questions. You saw a hand form, but no hand? Like, was there a person standing out there, or? She said that there was nobody there. The handprint appeared on its own accord, not attached to an entity or a person. I know Kayla well enough to know there's no reason for her to make this up. She didn't seem to be having fun anyways. She was actually expecting me to explain it to her. But how could I? I told her that I had no idea what the hell it could have been. Any chance it was a dream? Yeah, that question didn't go over well. I believed her, though. She described feeling like she was being watched after that. She said she almost woke me up. So what was it? A real person, a ghost, a demon, a dream? Honestly, it didn't matter at this point. Something did feel seriously wrong about the whole experience. I took her home later that morning, and on the way out, we see that the group had passed out in the living room, with the TV on and the board still open on the table. Huh, wow, Kayla said in almost disbelief at the sight. They didn't even put the board away? I sure as hell hope they said goodbye. On the ride to Kayla's house, she explained to me everything that she knew about Ouija boards. She said she trusted the group because they had started quoting rules when she asked to join. She assumed they knew what they were doing, but now she wasn't so sure. According to Kayla, spirit boards, as she calls them, are tricky. They have rules and they come with risks. She told me that she actually used one twice before, never had a negative experience. She'd followed the rules. I dropped Kayla off and she told me I needed to ask my roommates if they said goodbye, and to also ask if they had any weird experiences since using the board. I was still sitting between skeptic and believer in this situation. I believed Kayla, but I'm just skeptical in general. I decided to look everything up that she told me, and I found it online. There's so much more information out there than I could have even imagined, like real stories of people using these boards and having seriously shitty luck, or genuinely terrifying experiences. One woman recounted that she'd been physically removed from her bed in the middle of the night after using one, and she had scratches on her leg and claimed that a demon had given them to her while yanking her out of bed. Sure, these could be fabrications, but the amount of information gave me major pause. Basically, I found several different sources that echoed what Kayla had said to me about the necessity of saying goodbye. What I didn't find were a ton of positive experiences. Even the ones that started that way seemed to end in horror. People believing they were talking to loved ones, only to realize that it was something else. So I asked my roommates, "Did you all say goodbye?" They all agreed that they had said goodbye, and that they hadn't had any strange experiences. I honestly don't know if I believe them. The following weeks were pretty uneventful, so much so that I started to feel like a nut for going down that rabbit hole. The only thing that hasn't gone back to normal was Kayla. She was no longer wanting to stay the night at my house, so we got into a routine of driving her home late at night, picking her up in the morning. Kayla lives with her parents about 2 miles away from my place. We both live in residential areas that are not heavily occupied. Our neighbors aren't stacked on top of each other. We've got space in between. But Kayla has a lot more space in between. And unlike my street, hers is a long stretch that eventually turns to gravel and has limited streetlights. Our routine is for me to park before the driveway and then walk her to the door. The reason for this is because her parents' bedroom is positioned in a way that any headlights in the driveway would shine directly into their room. So, cut to tonight. I parked my car under one of the few streetlights, and we got out to walk towards her house. A few steps away from the car, we're basically walking in darkness. This part hasn't ever scared us before, but tonight, we seemed to walk closer to one another, and we both seemed to pick up the pace at the same time. Walking through the darkness, maybe 30 feet from her driveway, we freeze. We'd heard that same manufactured laugh that we'd heard outside my house 3 weeks ago. The high-pitched voice seemed to scream over the lower, unnatural voice. But like the first time, in unison. I felt both of our bodies tense. The grip on each other's hands intensified. Without words, we both just booked it back to my car. I practically threw Kayla in the car and scrambled to the driver's side. After sitting in the car for what I consider to be too long, Kayla says that she thinks she wants me to drop her off in the driveway, explaining she doesn't mind if her parents wake up tonight. Once in the driveway, neither of us wants to budge, so I bite the bullet and I get out of the car. I get her out of the car and we practically run to her front door. I didn't want to admit it and still don't, but I was fucking scared. I told her that I would be fine though, and I would call her in the morning. I'm not even home yet, just sitting in my car at a brightly lit Shell station. No idea what I'm waiting for, and I know I'm not going to get any responses before I inevitably have to go home, but it sure would be nice to wake up to some answers. Is there any possible way that we're actually dealing with a demon? If that's even possible, what the hell do we do? There's a chance nothing else happens, but am I kind of screwed, seeing as this took place in my house? Like, is it possible for something to attach itself to either one of us, even though we didn't touch the board? I guess the big question is, do I need to move? This story took place during the summer of 2008, when my best friend got her license and we got our first taste of freedom, but we were also major assholes. There's going to be times you think to yourself, wow, what sorry little shits. Just know that I agree, and that karma is going to slap us with spiked stupid sticks. So on our first day of riding around, Raina and I basically circled town for hours while listening to music. At one point, we got behind a truck with one of those pink cancer ribbon magnets on the tailgate. Raina's aunt had breast cancer, so she wanted one for her car too. We figured they would have some at the mall, But we lived in a smaller town, so our mall had maybe 10 stores and a handful of kiosks. As we walked back to the car, I saw a cancer ribbon on a van parked a few spots down. So I said, "Oh, look, they have the magnets here after all." Then I took it and stuck it on the back of Raina's truck. We were both utterly delighted. See, I told you we were little shits, and it gets so much worse. We had this weird little rush over stealing what was probably a $2 magnet and decided that we should try to collect all the different colors. For the rest of the day, we drove through various parking lots in search of these things. We got a few colors, but not the impressive rainbow display that we had imagined. When it started getting late, we decided to swing through Walmart one more time, and we were excited to find a camouflage ribbon. Incredibly pleased that our last stop was a success, I grabbed the new magnet off the black Ford truck. We looked around as we drove away, and no one seemed to be aware of our existence. We had never seen a camouflage ribbon before, but we live in the South. These people put camouflage on everything. By that age, I had seen at least 3 camo-themed weddings and knew more than a dozen guys that would answer camo when asked their favorite color. Most of the older kids at school had camo wraps around their trucks, for Christ's sake. We never considered that they would be associated with the military. Anyway, with the new addition to our collection, we returned to Raina's house where we lined our trophies across her truck. Now, Raina lived pretty far outside of town. When you finally turned onto her long, winding road, the last 5 miles turned to a dirt one-lane. If more than a single car came through at a time, one of you was pulling over. It was also a dead end, so we never really saw anyone except for a few neighbors. When Raina's parents saw the magnets, we said we bought a bundle pack, and that was that. I spent the night and we woke up the next morning, ready for another round of magnet hunting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we didn't have anything better to do. We didn't have a movie theater in my town. Kids generally hung out in big empty fields gathered around a bonfire because there was literally nothing else. After breakfast, we got ready to leave, but when we got to her car, all the magnets were gone, stolen. Instead, an envelope was taped to the trunk in their place. Obviously, this was a depressing number of years ago, so I don't remember everything the letter contained word for word, but I promise this is pretty damn close. Yesterday, I exited Walmart to witness your vehicle stopped behind my truck. I was then shocked and frankly disgusted to witness the theft of the camouflage ribbon. You drove right past me, laughing, without realizing you'd been caught. You also failed to realize I followed you home. I saw your father in the front yard and almost stopped to retrieve my magnet right there. But then I saw the neat little row of ribbons across your truck, and I became even more enraged. I could not trust that your father would instill upon you the respect you so clearly lack. You see, those ribbons hold a very important significance to those who display them. Most signify cancer awareness, but mine, for example, was given to me when my wife was killed by an IED. The ribbons are a symbol, a sign of respect, a simple way to know we are not alone, and to show others they are not alone. But you tried to take that away from me. Why? I've taken not only my ribbon, but also those from your other victims. I originally intended to press charges since I have your license plate number and address, but then I realized such an act would make me a suspect should any harm befall you. Since I'm not finished teaching you a lesson, I felt this could become detrimental to my cause. See you soon. We were beyond terrified. We hadn't told anyone else about what we did, so we knew it wasn't a joke. We'd been so immersed in our little world, we hadn't even noticed the truck following us home. We also felt like absolute garbage for thinking the camo ribbons were just for rednecks. Obviously, we didn't go magnet hunting, but we didn't want to stay at Raina's house either, so we decided to go to mine, only we never made it. When heading to town, Raina's small dirt road didn't go straight to the highway. It came to a stop sign. and directly across from you was nothing but forest and a huge dead-end sign with a double arrow pointing left and right. Left took us to the highway, and right took us into an extremely dangerous neighborhood where the meth heads were known to do their cooking. We turned left, and a black truck suddenly pulled out from one of the meth head driveways and zoomed up behind us, riding our ass. It was the black truck. We immediately started crying. To this day, it's still the most terrifying moment of my life. He would get within inches of our bumper and then back off and do it again. He did it all the way to the stop sign, which led to a 65-mile-per-hour highway. Raina was so frightened that she didn't stop. She blew straight across the road to the other side without so much as looking. The other car that was barreling towards us laid on its horn and swerved to miss us. It couldn't have been by more than an inch. I looked back to see the truck sitting at the stop sign, safe and sound. The car that had narrowly avoided us was now stopped on the shoulder, but we were too afraid to turn around. I wouldn't let Raina drive to my house after that. I couldn't handle the thought of this guy finding out where I lived. I made her drive to the police station instead, and we spilled our sorry little guts, all while crying hysterically. Obviously, our parents were called and they were furious, but we didn't even care at that point. We just wanted to go home. The police seemed unsure how much of our story was accurate and how much of it was exaggerated, but we showed them the note, and that was real enough that each of us were followed home by a squad car, just to be safe. For the longest time, nothing else happened, but a few months later, we were in Raina's living room with the curtains open, and the truck drove to the end of the road and left again. It was the last time we ever saw it, but it made us wonder for the longest time, just how often did it drive by, and exactly when did it finally stop? Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers, so I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital. Not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there. Something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago. So the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. When my son was born, I lived in a house that was 110 years old. It was a beautiful home that had been restored to its original beauty. It had solid walls, high ceilings, huge comfortable rooms, and a swinging door between the dining room and living room. There were a few times that I'd catch something in my peripheral vision, a flash, a slight movement, etc. I didn't really dwell on it as I had other things that required my attention, being the single mother of a young child. One evening, after a very long day at work, my son was about 6 months old at the time. I had him upstairs with me in my bedroom watching a movie. The swinging door in the kitchen swooshed. We usually kept it propped open. I didn't think much about it, thinking it was my roommate closing it for some reason. Then it happened again, and again, and again. It kept happening. I went to the top of the stairs and called my roommate's name a couple of times. No answer. The door kept swooshing. I called my roommate on her cell phone. She was over a block away at a friend's house, and they came over immediately. They had 911 already dialed on the phone, ready to dial the next one because we thought someone was in that big house, someone that shouldn't be. There was no one there, but oddly enough, there was a gas leak. The whole downstairs reeked of gas. I don't know what or who swooshed that door, but I do know that if my son and I had gone to sleep without knowing there was a gas leak, it's quite possible I wouldn't be writing this today. I guess this is why I say or think that not all spirits are scary or bad. Sometimes I think they act as mysterious guardian angels. At least, in my case, they did. Back in 1997, I lived in what I would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst that LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, but it was the only one. In this apartment, it was cold almost all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door, and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks in, the TV and radio would start to turn on, and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that someone had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen and something fell out onto the floor one night. That's when I started to really wonder. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom. I could see across the apartment, and no one had been there. I started to ask the neighbors, but they mostly wanted to keep to themselves. The next night, I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me that years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day, they all got into a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there, and it took almost a week or so for someone to call the police, as it had started to smell. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear out all of the carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1-foot floor around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me there was more. I was like, great. The next people who would live there had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Luckily for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew that she left for work early, and of course, she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where her dead boyfriend lived. She said that she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway towards my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang members that lived in these apartments. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I had already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood. So if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years. At first, it just creeped people out. Everyone, including me, felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees, especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow, she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that something wasn't right with that goat. In 2008, I bought a house whose previous owner had taken his own life. He left behind his wife and 3 small children. I didn't know that when I bought the house, but even if I knew, I must say, I would have still bought it because it was very cheap, and I was never really a superstitious person. Well, soon after we moved in, a lot of creepy things started to happen. Firstly, my children were scared for no reason, even during the day. I thought it's just because we were in a new place. One evening, my daughter told me that she saw a person in our kitchen through the door's window, which is frosted glass. But when she entered the kitchen, nobody was there. A few days later, me and my husband saw the same silhouette in the kitchen. And when we entered, nobody was inside. We clearly saw a silhouette of a man, both of us. We actually thought that it was my father-in-law, the only one who had a key to the house besides us. When we entered and there was nobody inside the kitchen, we had the same reaction. We gotta get out of here fast. We dashed out of the kitchen. After a few silent minutes, we went back, but we left the door open. We checked everywhere, every room of the house. There was nobody. There's no point to say that I couldn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. The kids were more and more scared to the point that they refused to go to the toilet alone. I couldn't sleep. My husband couldn't sleep. I was having lots of nightmares. Sometimes I was just feeling watched. My husband got ill with no medical explanation. Shortly after, I was ill too, also inexplicable. Several times I saw a crow in my yard, on the fence, staring at me. Normally, I wouldn't think anything bad about seeing a crow. As I said, I'm not superstitious, but this one was giving me the creeps with no logical reason. A lot of things inexplicably broke in the house, too. The pipes busted several times. The plumber was baffled as to how. He really couldn't understand why, and that didn't really help us. The light bulbs in the kitchen kept blowing out. An electrician came several times to see why it was happening and couldn't find an explanation or a solution to prevent it from happening again. Well, soon we left the country. Not because of our creepy house. The house is actually empty now. Sometimes we go there during the summer, but we actually prefer sleeping somewhere else. There's a lot of negative vibes there. A couple times a year, we seriously consider selling it because we don't like going there at all. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. I live in an old house that was built in the 1940s. We've always had weird noises, but that's normal for homes like this, even when they don't have 5 cats. We're also skeptics, so we've never had a reason to think differently, until my nephew stayed with us last weekend. Dylan is 3, and things got weird within the first couple of hours of his arrival. The living room, kitchen, and dining room are all one big open area, with the TV sitting on an entertainment center that separates the two halves. My husband and I were on the couch sitting directly across from the television, and Dylan was playing with his toys next to my feet. Suddenly, there was a noise in the dining room that sounded like something falling off the counter. It startled him, so I explained that it was just one of the cats. A few minutes later, I noticed that he was still staring at the same spot, and he looked really frightened. I asked if the mean kitties scared him, and he said, "No, that man." We have a tall corner shelf at the far end of the dining room, so, thinking that he might be seeing that, I walked over and turned on the light. Then I pointed to the shelf and asked if that's where the man had been. Dylan shook his head and pointed to a counter on the opposite wall instead. I asked if the guy was still there, and he said no, so we let it go. It was his first time staying with us, so we figured he just wasn't used to the new environment. A few hours later, I was reading Dylan a story for bedtime when he suddenly started crying and pointing at the door. I didn't see anything, but he was too upset to be faking, so I turned on the lights and checked the hallway. When I asked what scared him, he said it was the man again. I did my best to get a description and learned that the guy was old, like Granddad, short and angry. I asked why he seemed angry, and Dylan scrunched his face into a scowl. We took that to mean that he was trying to imitate the man's expression, but I still wasn't sure if this was all one big game or if he really saw someone. I called my sister to see if he had ever done something like this before, and she swore that he's never even had an imaginary friend. She thought that he was playing some kind of game and said not to worry about it. But I think she just wanted me to get off the phone. The next morning, I found Dylan hiding under his blankets. Apparently, the man kept him up most of the night by knocking on the wall and stomping in the hall. Once again, I explained that it was just cats being cats. He's never actually been in a house with pets before, so my husband and I decided that he simply wasn't used to it. The day went on and Dylan's mood improved drastically, especially after putting him down for a nap in our bed. But that evening, we all settled into the living room for another movie, and I caught him staring into the kitchen again. He was shrinking back against the couch like he was trying to pass through it. Hoping to ease his mind before bedtime, I turned on all the lights and said, "See? There's nothing." But that's where I stopped, because one of the drawers suddenly slid open by itself. There was no cat anywhere near us, and our floors are not so unlevel that drawers randomly slide open. We've lived here for 6 years, and that has never happened. Thankfully, my husband saw it too, or I would have thought I lost my mind. I immediately closed the drawer back, but it slid open again as soon as I walked away. Dylan began crying and wanted to go home. His parents wouldn't return until late the following night, so we let him stay in our bed, and he slept fine. We didn't, but he was fine. Not gonna lie, we were all pretty on edge the next day. My husband and I were both flinching at every noise, even the ones that clearly were caused by the cats. As we got within the final hour of Dylan's stay, we were checking my sister's location every few minutes. Just when I really began to think that something else would happen, our bedroom door creaked open several inches, just wide enough for someone to stick their head in. Sure enough, Dylan ran to me crying. The old man was watching us from the bedroom. And he didn't like it. Believe me, none of us liked it. My husband shut the door, and thankfully, it stayed shut. My sister arrived 20 minutes later, and Dylan was ready to go. I'd never seen him move that fast. When I told her everything over the phone that night, she said that he's never afraid when he's stayed with her in-laws or our parents, and he hasn't seen anything remotely similar to this on TV. She thinks we have a real ghost, but I don't know what to believe. I can't explain how Dylan saw a man near a drawer that opened by itself. That's the one that really gets me. Various arguments can be made for the rest, but the drawer is something else. It's been a few days since everything happened, and my nephew hasn't seen the man again, so I'll take that as a win unto itself. My husband and I haven't seen anything overtly paranormal either, but we're still jumping at every sound, and there are long periods when we feel as if we're being watched. I know we're probably extra paranoid too, so that's why we wanted to share our story to see what others think. I should also mention, 4 of our cats have always behaved in such ways that we would never think anything else was here. But since trying to research this topic, I've read that some believe animals can see things we can't. That being said, most of our cats seem fairly oblivious, except for Twitch, and believe me, he earned his name. We found him on the side of the road when he was only a couple of months old. No sign of a mother or siblings, and we brought him home. Since he's gotten here, he'll randomly cower from thin air or attack nothing. You know how cats will belly crawl up to something they aren't sure about and kind of smack it and run away in one motion? He does that a lot, but to nothing. At one point, we were worried enough to take him to our vet, and we said that he was having hallucinations. She agreed it didn't sound normal, but lots of expensive tests later, he got a clean bill of health, and we accepted that he was just a quirky cat. Now, I'm wondering about that again, too. I don't know. I guess that's everything, though. So thanks for listening, and all advice is greatly appreciated. I visited a relative's home today. I witnessed the creepiest, paranormal experience of my life. I've been slapped by the unseen. I've seen a dead man's ghost walking towards me. I've heard whispers coming from right next to me, and I've seen strange faces peeking at me. Yet I stress what I saw today was the most terrifying. I had lunch there, was having a casual conversation. Our conversation, it shifted, and she said, "Strange things have happened recently in our home. Do you see these fingerprints and scratches on the wall behind me? It all appeared out of nowhere a week ago. It's like we're being haunted or something." I stood up and checked the wall. Though they had wiped away the black stains that were formed by the fingers and the hand, I could still see them. "Maybe your daughter did it by climbing over the sofa," I said. "She has a 3-year-old daughter. She could have messed with a pot of ink or something, messed with the walls. Kids do these kinds of things, though the wave of prints went on beyond the sofa, where she probably couldn't reach. It's not just the wall. Every wall in this house has prints. Some walls have deep scratches. Hundreds and hundreds of prints and scratches. Go look for yourself," she replied in a trembling voice. "This is a big house, 3 areas. I looked around and went to the first room. No shit, all the walls had scratches. About 4 feet off the ground. I tried scratching the wall myself. On this quality paint job, it took a very good effort to make just a small scratch. Then I scratched for the coin with a spoon, with tweezers, but nothing matched. The scratch formed by my nails were the closest match. I checked all 3 rooms. Inside those rooms, there were small, inch-long scratches all over. Outside the TV lounge, kitchen, washroom, there were black fingerprints. I went upstairs. Same scene. I moved a wooden wardrobe, and it made me sweaty doing that, but there were these deep scratches behind it. What could have caused this? Are these walls watery or falling apart in some way? Why do they all appear at this 4 feet height? I do know what it looks like when paint starts falling off, but this didn't look like that. No bubbles or cracks. The paint was hard, dry, and spot on. No moisture at all. I sat there for a minute trying to find one plausible reason to define what could be going on with these walls. I went to the ground floor. It only had 1 bedroom, kitchen, and a drawing room. I went in the bedroom, started inspecting the wall, thinking, and then it struck me. The idea of finding if it's legitimately a scratch or not. I sat down and looked at the floor. I looked closely. I could see dried paint sprinkled on the floor below the scratches. As I made this realization, I felt a presence. I was not alone in this very room. Please trust me. I can't explain how or why. I looked around. I heaved a dead cold sigh of relief, and I left the room very slowly. This house wasn't haunted by default. Someone caused this. Black magic, a demon. I'm sure of that. I remained in the same area outside that room, standing and thinking, what do I do now? How do I help them? I love these people and they're clearly in trouble. With a heavy heart, I walked up the stairs to the family. As I sat there, I talked about this and I told her whatever I could do to possibly help, I would help. During our talk, her husband arrived home from work, and I saw there were fresh scratches on the right side of his face, his cheek, his ear, back of his head. Did I tell you? My husband's face was scratched too, this morning when he woke up. What do we do about this? It all really broke my heart. I looked at the couple. Frustrated and depressed they were, for sure. I'm not equipped to deal with these things. I do believe that they can exist. I know how they work, but not really. This family has an unpleasant and uninvited guest. One that's harassing, protesting, hurting them even. I don't know. I'm definitely going to continue to try to help them, but where do I start? I guess the internet of all places, right? But I figured someone else has had to have dealt with something like this, and maybe they'll read this story. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. In death row of Florida State Prison, in a back room is Old Sparky. Now, I know many people think of Sing Sing Prison in the Green Mile movie, but the truth is most prisons share terms for places and objects. Now, Old Sparky was the Florida State electric chair. It's still ready to go if they were to ever reinstall the generators. I had 2 interactions with this chair. They have orderly inmates shine the chair still, and a guard will have to watch them while they do it. I was acting as an auxiliary officer, coming from the prison next door, and being a death row officer by this point in my career, I drew the long straws, as my captain put it, and was put on detail for Old Sparky. I know this isn't a very long story, but I believe that there is some negative attachment to that chair. I'm a generally healthy person, decent immune system, and not squeamish in any way. But when I would enter the room with the chair, I would get ill. Nausea, sweats, pains, anxiety. The closer I got, the worse I felt. The first time I was guarding the detail, I kept having to swap officers for a few minutes just to feel better. Finally, I just couldn't do it anymore. I talked to the shift lieutenant and explained that I was having issues in that room. And that's when I was moved to compound security. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tahola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place anytime the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. So, I love paranormal stuff, but I'm a huge skeptic. I think it's fun to pretend ghosts and demons exist, but no random story on the internet was ever going to convince me that they were real. I may have to see it kind of guy, and now I've seen it. So I'm contributing my own unbelievable experience to the internet's collection. Most of my friends have always been superstitious, so I decided to go all out for my birthday party. Every year they come over for a night of drinking and general shenanigans, and they thought that this one would be the same, yet what they actually got was a full-blown seance. I got a Ouija board, a crystal ball, tarot cards, crystals, candles, the works. But I was especially proud of myself for the rigged noises. I connected 2 old phones to a couple of small, well-hidden speakers in the living room, and I downloaded an app for special alarms. Then all I had to do was put the phones in a junk drawer and wait. At 4 specific times, various sound effects would play, like knocking or footsteps. It could have all easily failed, but I honestly thought I had a decent chance at pulling it off. Plus, the price for getting caught was only enduring a bit of ridicule. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty good sport when it comes to that kind of thing. In the end, 4 of my 7 guests decided to play. Honestly, better than I expected. I didn't want to make anything too obvious, so we messed around with the tarot cards before bringing out the Ouija board. The girls almost left, but I convinced them to stay. After all, it was in a children's game box. They also checked the table for any tricks, but my devices were well out of their search radius. Again, I started off slow to see if we were going to have any other pranksters in the mix. And sure enough, we did. I thought one or possibly all of them would be giving me a little birthday scare. So I didn't flinch when they adamantly denied being the pushers and accused me instead. I also kept a tight poker face when the spirit claimed to be my grandpa. Everyone there knew his name and how close we were. Then, it all suddenly made sense. They knew I was planning something, so they were setting the scene before I could. Well, game on as far as I was concerned. The time had finally come. The knocking alarm was set to sound in 1 minute. "Grandpa, are you alone?" I asked, sliding the planchette to no, then back to the center. "Are any other spirits here as well?" Again, I slid the planchette to no, and then back to the center. A noticeable unease spread through the table, and it was hard not to smile. With a low, solemn tone, I continued, "Is there a demon here? With you? With us?" No one breathed as we sat staring at the planchette. Then came the sound of frantic knocking on the closet door. One of the girls actually started crying. I now had roughly 2 minutes to set up an opening for the footsteps that would sound next to the hallway. "Was that you, Grandpa?" I asked innocently, and slid the planchette to no yet again. "Then who was it?" I felt a surge of annoyance as someone else began moving the planchette before I could. It spelled N-E-D, Ned, and my stomach dropped to my knees. Ned was the awful man from the nightmares I had when, and only when, I was living at Grandpa's old house. I've never told a soul about him until now. In my dreams, I would have a bird's eye view of myself asleep in bed, only I wasn't alone. There was always a sickly, thin, elderly man lying next to me, just staring at my motionless form. If I tried to call out a warning, the old man would turn to glare at me with the most hateful scowl. Sometimes he would attack me if I persisted in trying to wake myself up. Eventually, Grandpa got a new house that didn't give me nightmares, and I forgot that Ned existed until his name appeared on that Ouija board. I'm positive there's no way my friends could have known about him. I was instantly ready to stop, but I didn't want the others to know how frightened I really was. I asked a few simple questions that didn't receive answers, hoping someone else would be the one to suggest quitting, but no such luck. I was the birthday boy, after all. But then Wes blurted out, "Can we see you?" And the planchette spelled D-R-E-A-M. Dream. That was officially all I could handle. I rose from the chair, and at the same moment, the chair at the opposite end of the table fell backwards with a loud crash. No one was sitting close enough to have touched it. Thankfully, everyone left soon after that, and we didn't talk about any of it. I doubt we ever will. I didn't even notice the footsteps and other alarms failed to sound until much later, after everyone had gone home. When I checked the devices, they were both shut off, even though the batteries were fully charged. If this wasn't bad enough, I've now dreamed of Ned twice since, and the first time happened that same night. The nightmares are identical to the ones I had as a kid, only now I'm looking down at my adult body. I think I really screwed up this time. Is anyone able to tell me what I should do? I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Feel free to tell me I'm batshit crazy because I'm kinda tripping out right now. I have a key that unlocks the main doors to my office building. All managers have them. It's nothing special. I keep it on a cheap gold-beaded Mardi Gras necklace. It's big enough not to forget, but small enough to not be intrusive. I usually just throw them in my pocket in the morning and then onto my vanity when I get home. A few days ago, my boyfriend Mike and I got into a really heated argument. What it was about doesn't matter, but I ended up grabbing this necklace with my keys attached and throwing it at his head. He ducks and it hits the wall and falls behind the couch. We're unable to resolve our issues and we sleep in different beds that night, his bed being the couch. He leaves earlier than me in the morning, so when I get up and get ready for work, I have to move the couch to grab my key. I pull the couch out just enough to reach my shoulder in between the wall and the back of it. Now, when I pull up my necklace, I think at first I've grabbed the wrong thing because the beads are silver. I'm about to set it down and go fishing again, but then I see my work key on the necklace. My first thought, what kind of passive-aggressive shit is this? I don't have time to dive into his weird mind games that he'd had set up for me, so I go to work like usual. When I get there, I'm usually the first one unlocking the doors and turning on the lights. I slide the key in to find that it doesn't work. Now I'm fucking livid. I call his ass up and he's like, "No, baby, what? I don't know what you're talking about." I call him a lying, cheating sociopath and break up with him. Then I sit in my car and cry until my other coworkers start showing up, allowing me access to the inside. I clean myself up and wait for the people to go inside before I go into the building. On my lunch break, I decide to go back to my apartment and look for the real keys. I open the door and I see Mike walking back into the bedroom. I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing home? Did you lose your job? Where's your car?" But he just ignores me, keeps walking away. The little voice in my head is like, "We've crossed the line to just being disrespectful and immature now, haven't we? Let's do something more immature." So again, I throw the key necklace at his fucking head. My accuracy isn't any good, or he's just plain lucky, but it misses and goes over his shoulder, landing in the bedroom. He doesn't even flinch, just keeps walking into the bedroom and turns out of view. I'm like, oh hell no, and I charge in right after his ass. This guy just did a disappearing act. There's nobody in the room. Did I just follow a ghost? I'm actually spooked. I look around for the necklace that I threw, but it's nowhere on the floor either. Like, fuck all of this, and I go back to work early. End of the day comes around, and I dread having to go back to my place. Mike's not answering his phone, and I don't see his car in the parking lot when I get there. Walking in, the apartment is just how I left it. The bedroom lights are still on, and I go back there to look for my keys again. This time I got on my hands and knees to search. I reach under the bed and my fingers touch the beads of the necklace. But when I pull it out, it's the fucking gold one. Key still attached. From what I can tell, it's my real work key. Instead of relaxing, I drive back to work and sure enough, it's the real deal. So I think to myself, is Mike fucking with me? How did he do this? Guy can't plan a date but sets up this bullshit? It's been 3 days. Obviously, we're back together, and after grilling him for several hours and confirming with his boss, he for sure was not at the apartment when I threw this second set of keys, which I still haven't found, by the way, the ones with the silver chain. I just keep going back and forth, but it's like seeing it all written out. This is exactly how everything happened, so let's pretend he's a vindictive prick, and this was his stupid, devious plan. How could he even pull it off? And if he didn't, which I'm like 99% sure he didn't, what the hell happened? Is there like a black hole or some shit that I can't understand happening in this apartment? I mean, help. It's like I'm losing my mind. Hey, so my friend Dallas just told me this weird story about a party that she went to last night. She made me promise not to tell, so shh, but I'm gonna tell you. Just change her name to a city or something. Okay, so this morning, my phone had a bunch of missed calls and texts from Dallas asking if I was at Donnie's or if I was at home and if she could come over. The house party she was at was apparently a couple blocks down from my apartment, like on Clinton by the 7-Eleven. I'm reading through these messages and they're getting progressively more unsettling as I go. Then her last message said that she's running to my apartment. Please be home. These were all sent around 3 a.m. last night, the last one being 3:42. But I got these messages after 9 a.m. when my phone turned back on while driving home from Donnie's. I'm like, oh shit, did this bitch get her ass murdered last night? Like, what's going on, you know? So I'm calling her over and over on the freeway, but it goes straight to voicemail every time. Then I get to my apartment, and I find her fast asleep on my welcome mat, still in her cupcake costume. I'm shocked that none of my neighbors have called the cops or checked to see if she was alive by the time I got there. She had sticks and leaves and shit all up in her hair, and she was all sprawled out like a dead body up against my door. Like, I thought that's what I was walking up on. I kicked the bottom of her heel and was like, Dallas? Boom. She fucking wakes up and scrambles to her feet with this crazy look on her face. I'm like, holy shit, girl, what happened? Dallas starts bawling and hugs me. We're out in the hallway for a little bit, just hugging as she sobbed. After she let go, I let us into the apartment. Dallas walks to the love seat and crashes down on it. I again say, girl, what happened last night? She says some really creepy kids showed up at the party last night with all black eyes. I asked if it was a costume, and she was like, no, they weren't wearing costumes. They looked to be about 12 or 13. She'd seen someone let them in and was standing next to the owner of the house. So they both saw these kids, way too young to be at this party, come inside. Then they all separate and walk in different directions through the small crowd of people. The owner's like, what the fuck, and walks over to the guy who let them in. He tells him one of the kids said that their mom was inside, asking if they could go look for her. Homeowner doesn't believe the story, and Dallas watches him beeline it to the closest one that he can catch. When he gets to the kid, he spins her around by the shoulder. But as he's interrogating her, his nose starts to leak like a faucet, so much that the guy had to plug it with his t-shirt and run to the bathroom. The girl he'd stopped then turns and looks directly at Dallas. Then she says the light bulb above her head popped, sending glass down onto her and the people around her. Yeah, multiple light bulbs all exploded over her head at the same time. Nobody around her was paying attention to what was going on, and they were all equally shocked when they got showered in glass. Dallas said these kids were evil, like biblical evil. She's saying that it felt like the little girl was trying to pull her soul out. So that's when Dallas went into the backyard and started texting me. Apparently the girl followed her out there, and when Dallas saw her, she freaked out and ran back inside the house. She said when she went back inside, the vibe of the house had completely changed. The music was off and people were just wandering around, not talking to each other. That's when something in her stomach told her to run. So she did. When her phone died, she just waited outside my door until I got home. No, yeah, this all just happened. She literally just left my place. Fucking weird, right? Several years ago, I worked at a Value Village on Evergreen Way when I was just released from prison for armed robbery. Value Village is a secondhand store, a good part-time job. It helped me maintain my sobriety. I was able to obtain a steady income and get off the streets after saving my first 2 paychecks. I met the only couple of people that have ever been kind to me there. My boss, Anthony, and my closing partner, TT, aka Little T or T. Rest in peace, T. This story takes place probably 15, 17 years ago, and she was as close to dust as you could get when I met her. The bad part, this Value Village was as haunted could be. I do believe that now. The city itself, it's a miserable mess. Maybe it was the city that was haunted, and the ghosts just waltzed around wherever. I'm pretty sure that every community has a well-off part of town and a poor part of town. This area is at the very tip of the poor spectrum. You can't get much more grimy than Evergreen Way. A random night, as a closer, is close to the end of the night. No more shoppers. I'm cleaning aisles and reorganizing the items that people decided they didn't want but couldn't bother to bring themselves to put it where they found it. T's out on a smoke break. I'm close to the front of the store. While I'm sweeping around the jewelry section, I hear a very familiar squeak. I look up, and I see one of the shopping carts slowly moving down an aisle 3 or 4 rows down. All of the carts had these long red poles connected to them to deter people from shoplifting or taking the carts altogether. I stand there and I watch this thing squeak from one end to the other before coming to a stop. Again, I'm at the front of the store. I would have seen someone enter. Still, I say, "Hello?" But nobody answers, so I return to what I was doing. A few seconds later, when my back's turned away, the distant wheel began to clunk and squeak again. I spin around. I watch the same shopping cart moving back just as slowly as it had the first time. That makes the hair stand up on my arms. Holding the broom like a katana, I walk to the aisle that the carts were sitting in. When I get there, the aisles are empty. Panning my head around, I quickly notice that a lot of shopping carts are slowly moving, coming to life, moving in various directions in the aisle. I decided I didn't really want any part of what was going on there, so I turned around. This didn't help me from screaming like a child, though. As I turned to walk away, I could hear the carts escalating in speed behind me. I let out a yip more cowardly than I'd like to admit as I left the aisle with the carts. Right around the corner is T. I practically collided with her and we both screamed. She asked me what the hell I was doing running around and making noise. I told her straight up, "Those shopping carts are possessed." Without hesitation, I walked her over to turn the corner into the possessed aisle. Of course, they weren't moving. But that's when T says, "Yo, I know." Apparently, this has happened to her a few times. Why she never told me, I don't know. But now, she told me she'd practically been hit with these carts in the past, that they'd clipped the back of her legs one night while working alone. As she's telling me this, several red poles of several shopping carts begin to vibrate and shake. The two of us stood there, watching as the shopping carts continued to tremble. It was like an invisible force was forcefully trying to communicate with us through these objects. T and I exchanged a couple of glances, mine more nervous than hers. Even with the moral support of someone else, I didn't know what to do next. As the vibrations intensified, T suddenly spoke out. When I gave her a look like, "What the hell are you doing?" she told me that she knew this place was haunted. She said as much, and then she asked the ghosts to talk to her. Followed it up with, "What do you need?" I'll give her some credit. It took me from scared to entertained pretty quick. It's hard to say exactly what I believed in that moment, but I certainly didn't think I was going to be speaking with ghosts. T stuck out her arms in front of her, as if she knew what was going to happen next. To my personal astonishment, at the same time the vibrations ceased. The carts were becoming still. It was as if they were waiting for whatever T was doing. I noticed her eyes were closed. I watched as she took a deep breath and began speaking softly. At the moment, though, it just kind of looked like something crazy. Before I knew it, she was whacking me on the shoulder and whispering for me to close my eyes. So I did. And T was asking questions, whispering things and being still. Took everything in me to keep my eyes closed and show some patience. I heard the rustling of tags hanging on items nearby. The air felt different, and I couldn't help it. I couldn't keep my eyes closed any longer. I opened my eyes the moment I heard a faint whisper echo through the space. It was barely audible, but distinct enough for me to hear. It said, "Harper." Well, I thought it said Harper, but after scolding me for opening my eyes, T said that she was sure it said, "Help her." For a moment, we lightly argued about what the voice could have said, but I was feeling increasingly more uncomfortable. It's not like it was malevolence I felt, but I wasn't experienced in talking with ghosts. Long story short, I wanted to go home. In a series of whispers and my inability to distinguish T's from the spirits, I asked that we speed this along and get to finishing closing. T asked if I wanted to just go, that she would stay behind. I considered it, but she laughed, saying that all the whispers had subsided anyway, jokingly blaming me for scaring them away. That night, T told me about her various experiences in the store, and then she told me that if I could hear those whispers too, it likely wouldn't be the last time that I experienced something. And well, T, rest in peace, my friend. And though I know you're not around to know it, I don't know how these things work. You were right. Fast forward, I still live in the same town 15 plus years later, and the store itself still exists. I work for the company that's hired to do landscaping for this portion of the city, and one day over the last year I decided to pop inside to see my old boss. I wanted to see if he was working. He was always a great person. I wanted to chat with him as possible. Honestly, I just had this odd feeling to go visit him before leaving town that day. On my way inside, I see him walking from the back of the store. He gives me a wave through the glass windows. He smiles and then takes a hard right out of view. When I get inside, I don't immediately see him anywhere. I ask around. One gal doesn't even know who I'm talking about, but another one does. She asks how I knew Anthony, and I told her the whole story, and she regrets to inform me that Anthony passed away. Heart failure. He had died at work. I asked the gal if she was absolutely positive we were talking about the same guy, the same Anthony. She told me that he's the only one she ever knew to manage the store for multiple years. She repeated his last name back to me, and it was Anthony. So, who did I see? I looked throughout the store, hung around far too long, trying to see if anyone matching his exact description was in the store. No such luck. I've accepted that I saw Anthony. I can't explain it, but I can't very well explain what happened in that store with me and T either. And just because I can't fully understand it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Thanks for reading. If you have similar experiences, I'd really like to hear them. Or I guess just know that you're not alone in yours. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries, and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive. Though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. At age 23, a friend from high school asked me for a small favor. Would you ask my younger sister out on a date? He went on to explain that she was recently newly released from a short stint in a psychiatric hospital. She was diagnosed with depression. He thought socialization with a mentally stable, moral man would be therapeutic. I had been introduced to his sister, Gail, a pseudonym. 2 or 3 years passed. She was an attractive, pleasant girl. I asked if she would like to take in a movie on a double date. Double dating provided a chaperone-type venue, should anything unpleasant ensue. After a nice evening, arriving at her home with my friend Ronnie driving, I walked her to the door. And I was in the process of thanking her for a nice evening, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 hulking figures approaching. One of the guys was brandishing one of those super large switchblades. In reality, a small sword. Gail recognized who it was and yelled to me, "Run, Tom, run." I did. The 2 perps were close behind me. I sprinted to her backyard and leaped over a 6-foot fence, with the assailants almost catching me. I ran for 2 or 3 blocks and then circled around to meet up with Ronnie and his date. When I got back to Ronnie, there were 2 police cars and the officers interviewing him. The guys had accosted him and took turns holding that big blade to his throat, demanding to know who I was. They took turns puncturing all of his tires and smashing his windshield. Ronnie was thoroughly traumatized. He feared for his life. I learned from Gail's big brother that one of the assailants was hospitalized in the same institution as Gail. He'd formed some sort of imaginary relationship with psychopathic ideation. The 2 were subsequently arrested and sentenced to prison for the assault on Ronnie. There's no doubt in my mind that if they'd caught up with me, they would have killed me. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. There are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. My name's Natalie, and my family is from Kansas. I drove back over Labor Day weekend for a small reunion, and I met my uncle's new wife for the first time. Mary is the most laid-back woman I've ever met. If the world was burning around her, she would just shrug it off and light a joint. Have you ever noticed how those kinds of people have the most interesting stories? Mary was raised in a cult, and if you get a few drinks in her, she'll tell you all about it. I asked her permission to share this story, and she agreed on the condition that I leave out the cult's name. Her biological father left before she turned 3, and her mom married a man named Sam less than a year later. Sam was already a member of the cult, had 4 kids, and his wife had died giving birth to the last one. Mary and her mother moved into his house, which was owned by the church, and she was raised to believe her stepdad and siblings were her biological family. She didn't learn the truth until she turned 18, and her real father contacted her. He was sober now, and that's actually a whole different story, but not one that belongs here. Anyway, Mary said her mother drank the Kool-Aid and licked the bowl when she was done. The woman dedicated her entire being to the church, and so did Mary's 3 older siblings. Only she and her younger sister questioned whether their family, as in the whole cult, not just her parents and siblings, was really as special as everyone said. They weren't allowed to go to real school. All the cult kids went to a school at the compound. There was a daycare for the young ones, a class for grades 1 through 6, and a class for grades 7 through 12. Each class usually had between 10 or 20 kids, and from daycare, they're taught very specific things. First and foremost, that their wise and benevolent leader, Pastor John, was the holiest man on earth, much more so than the pretender we call the Pope. They're told the Catholic Church is run by Satanists, that it's basically one big scam, which, to be clear, I'm not defending them by any means. I'm just saying they don't actually have demons inside of them or trick people into worshiping the devil. At least they probably don't. But here, Mary said they were given tests where they were made to write out all of the reasons that Pastor John was our leader. Apparently, God spoke to Pastor John. He was chosen to seek out the righteous and guide them into a new age of prosperity. All the usual hogwash. He was also immune to disease and toxins, didn't need to eat or sleep, and my personal favorite, he never needed to shit. Though I guess that makes sense if you never had to eat. If you're like me, you're probably wondering how someone convinced so many people of such insanity. Well, Mary is almost 60 now, so it was a different time back then, but the snakes are what really did it. Once a month, Pastor John would prove his worthiness by bringing a poisonous snake into the chapel and allowing himself to be bitten. It was usually a rattlesnake. They made for the best show because of the extra noise, or sometimes they would find a cottonmouth or copperhead, but the act was always the same. Pastor John would have one of his guys walk the snake up and down the aisles so that everyone could get a good look at its fangs, and then they would return to the altar where it would be placed back into its cage, which was just a clear tote box from the dollar store. The pastor would then roll up his pant leg and place his foot in the box. The snake always struck. The crowd always gasped, and then everyone sat in awed silence until they felt the pastor was not going to fall over dead. Then came the applause. This routine went on until a few months before Mary turned 18. She had been secretly planning to leave the cult on her birthday, but it disbanded before she got a chance. Somehow, Pastor John got his hands on a real, live king cobra. One of his guys tried to walk it down the aisles like usual, but it put up too much of a fight. In fact, he was having trouble just getting it back to the altar. At one point, it almost got away from him. So the pastor rushed forward to help, and at the exact moment he lunged, the long-ass snake slipped loose from the man's grip, struck Pastor John in the neck, and slithered away. Screams erupted all over the chapel. The women and children ran to the exits while the men were divided between those of the inner circle and those of the congregation. Those from the congregation, like Mary's stepfather, thought that the loose snake was their only problem. Those from the inner circle understood they needed to get Pastor John to the hospital, but didn't know how to get him there without exposing their lies. Ultimately, they argued amongst themselves for so long that the pastor died, right there on the floor. That's when it was revealed that all the other snakes had had their venom drained beforehand, and just to be extra cautious, they also kept vials of the antidote on hand. But the king cobra had been poorly researched. They had no clue how much more dangerous it was than what they were used to handling. No one ever discovered where the snake came from. Obviously, it wasn't just roaming the Kansas wilds, or who was supposed to be responsible for draining the venom. I'm not saying I'm glad a man died, but I'm glad that all those people got their lives back. Mary said folks were emotionally destroyed, and many experienced thoughts of ending it all. But for the most part, everyone came out on the other side for the better, just each in their own time. The terrifying basement entity. I guess this could be considered a handful of paranormal stories, so I guess here goes. Also, sorry in advance, this is a bit of a long one. I've lived in southern Idaho my entire life, and lived in the same house up until a couple of years ago, when my family decided to sell it. I'm 21 now, but this story occurred a few years ago, when I was about 17, and I lived with just my mother in this house. This house was in a quiet suburban neighborhood in West Chester. There were always weird and unexplainable things that would happen in the house, but I've always been relatively paranoid, and I suffer from chronic anxiety, so I'd always try to find a logical reason behind things moving and falling, or the knocking and thumping noises. But there were a handful of incidents that couldn't be explained by any rational or logical thought, hypothesis. I was home alone rather often. I'd tend to lock myself in my room whenever I was home alone, especially once it got dark out, and I typically refused to leave my room or the upstairs till someone else was there. I'd like to give a kind of layout of the house to give a better understanding of things, and I'd also like to note that I have heightened senses, especially hearing, feeling, and touch. Upon entering the front door, there's a hallway straight ahead leading to the kitchen. In that hallway leading to the kitchen was the downstairs half bathroom. To the left of that door, no more than a few steps, were the stairs leading up and the archway leading into the dining room. From the dining room, there was, to the right, a sort of living room. It was smaller, and we used it as a storage room in later years. So it had various boxes filled with toys and belongings, and a big round coffee table in the middle, and my old dollhouse that was battery-powered, as it had functioning sounds, lights, even a little doorbell on the front of it. From this room, you could enter the kitchen to the right. The kitchen had an island that was directly in front of the hallway, leading to the front door. The basement door was to the left of this hallway, or on your right if you continued straight. If you did so, you'd also pass the pantry on your right, next to the hallway, and the garage door, again on the right. Then, directly in front of you would be the family room. It had 2 skylights, a brick fireplace, and to the left, the sliding glass door, leading out to the back patio and yard. At the top of the stairs, immediately to your left, was the master bathroom, and directly in front of you was a bedroom. We also used this as storage in later years. If you turned left, there was a bathroom, and across from it, the linen closet. Continuing straight and off to the left was another bedroom door, right next to the linen closet. And then at the end of the hall was my bedroom, for the most part, in the last couple of years. This bedroom was right above the garage, and oftentimes I could hear and feel when the front door, garage door, were being opened or closed. I could usually feel and hear the basement door open and close too. I never felt any cars or pickup trucks passing by on the quiet neighborhood road outside, though. Just the UPS truck or the Rumpke truck. The basement, though, had narrow wooden stairs leading down to a small landing that stepped down onto the concrete basement floor on either side. If you went to the right and basically did a U-turn, you could walk back to the washer and dryer area. To the right of this area was a crawl space that always freaked me out. Unfortunately for me, this basement is where 2 of my most unfortunate and terrifying stories happened. Now that that's out of the way, onto the story. A lot of the time when I'd be home, I'd listen to music, whether by speaker or by earbuds, and I'd play my games on my PS4. A lot of those times I'd hear or feel weird thumps, shakings, vibrations, and other noises. There were a couple of times I swear I heard talking, and a few times where the thumps I heard a lot or felt were big and loud enough to cause me to grab the house phone, or my phone, and a weapon of some sort, before I left my room to check out the house, and eventually found nothing. It's worthy to note that while I had a cat, Siren, he was always in the room with me whenever I locked myself in there, as he would freak out if he couldn't get to me. He would also react to things around the house that myself or no one else could see, but it was very obvious that he was staring at something, angrily arching his back and growling or hissing. He's very protective of me and would only do this if I was nearby. Otherwise, he never reacted that way around my mom when she'd be alone downstairs. For the most part, things that happened in the house were never malicious, but every now and then, stuff like dishes shifting without any prompting, whether by vibration or otherwise, random things just up and falling off of counters and tables, or thumping in the living room, would suddenly cause an overwhelming, nauseated feeling for me, and a strong sense of fear, like something really wasn't happy. And it was quite obviously making its presence known, or it felt like it was just staring me down with the most hateful feeling ever. One of my favorite group of incidents, though, was when the toys and things, not the dollhouse, would shift or thump in the living room. They were always smaller, and it always seemed like there was something playful in the living room. I'd often hear it while sitting on the couch with Siren, in the family room. The dollhouse, however, had the same batteries in it for the longest time, and every now and then I'd pass through the living room and all the lights on it would be on. Sometimes noises would be going. If I was on the couch watching TV, I'd just hear the doorbell ring. And Siren would get off of his cat tower in front of the sliding glass door or off the couch on my lap to check it out. Every now and then, he'd freak out over this and come running back to me. I swear, that dollhouse creeped me out. When it would start making noises or everything would just turn on, especially the doorbell, when it would just ring out of nowhere. Oftentimes, I'd hear footsteps upstairs or going up and down the stairs when no one else was there. It was obvious the difference between my cat running around and these footsteps by the way the thuds and frequencies would sound. Sometimes we thought it was my mother's grandfather who had passed away before I was born, as we would find pennies, which he'd always talk about and was always finding them. And there was a very comforting and almost playful presence that encompassed some of these events. One of the most noteworthy and weird incidents right before moving out was when I was sitting on the floor in the family room in front of our old wooden square coffee table. I was between it and the fireplace. I'd just eaten an instant ramen cup and had left it empty, sitting on the coffee table, a good 3 inches or so from the edge. As I was cleaning, I hadn't gone to throw it away yet. I was facing the table when all of a sudden, the styrofoam cup just flies off the table in my general direction, like it'd been smacked. I remember trying to find every possible way that this could have happened, but I ultimately came up with nothing and shrugged it off. I believe this was the last incident to have occurred. Now I've given a good amount of backstory and whatnot, on to the incident that occurred when I was about 17. Despite being utterly freaked out by the basement, I for some reason thought it would be a good idea to make it my room. This was very brief and for good reason. I remember that a good amount of others' basements never really freaked me out, not like ours did. My bed was to the right of the stairs if you were coming down them. I had a bookcase right beside it, as well as between me and the landing at the bottom of the stairs. For the most part, I never really felt anything other than mild discomfort, except for one night when I was alone, and then another night when I had my significant other with me. The first night, I stayed up relatively late as I was having trouble falling asleep due to my insomnia. My mom had already come to say goodnight and went upstairs to her room to go to bed. I think this was around 2 or 3 a.m., but I can't remember the time too well. I had finally grown sleepy, so I turned off all of the lights and laid down, checking the time and saying goodnight to a few people before doing so. I recall laying there on my stomach, all bundled up, listening to music. After a while of growing more and more tired and nearing sleep, all of a sudden I had this overwhelming sense of fear come over me. It felt like something was behind me, at the foot of my bed, just staring me down. I slowly checked my phone and realized I wasn't more than 43 minutes into trying to sleep, and I had most definitely not fallen asleep by this point. I remember pulling my phone towards me, underneath the blankets, and turning it down to listen, though I don't think I heard anything. The feeling of being stared at became even more intense, and I gripped my childhood stuffed animal tighter. I have no clue where my cat was at this point. He must have been upstairs still, because I hadn't seen him in hours. And my mom had fed him for me before bed, but he never came down after. I slowly slipped my blankets above my head and pulled them tight, as I felt safer this way. The feeling kept growing, more and more intense, to the point where I felt pure terror. You know, the kind that completely paralyzes you because you're that terrified. I'd never felt this kind of fear, anxiety, or terror. Not like this before. And I absolutely could not move. All of a sudden, whatever I felt at the foot of my bed staring at me, it felt like it began moving closer, moving around the edge of the bed to the side that I was on, until it felt like it was right there next to me, just leaning over me to get as close as it could with the bookcase in the way. I was not religious at the time, but my grandparents had given me a cross that I wore around my neck, and I remember shifting just enough to tightly grasp it with my free hand while I began crying. I ended up falling asleep at some point during this, and I have no clue how long it lasted. But when I woke up in the morning, I immediately grabbed my blankets and pillows, and I put them on the couch upstairs. Siren was beside me when I woke up. He had situated himself between me and the edge of the bed, where I'd felt whatever it was standing there. He followed me closely as I went upstairs, as well as around the house for a few days after. And for a few nights after, he seemingly slept between myself and the edge of the couch, as if he was staying between myself and whatever was trying to get to me. The second incident happened when my bed was still in the basement, as I hadn't moved back upstairs yet. My now ex and I had gone to bed, again late, and had turned off all the lights. We were listening to music via my phone, and as we were getting closer to sleep, suddenly that feeling of fear began to creep over me. I was sleeping on my stomach and my ex on their back. As the feeling began to wash over me, they pulled me closer and the blankets up over us. The feeling of fear grew into terror again, and we were both afraid to move. I remember asking if they felt it too, and they whispered, yes. That's when the feeling of terror fully hit. After that morning, I moved my stuff out of the basement, and I never really went down there again till it was time to clean up the house and move out. I have no clue what it was that was down there with me, but I'm certain there was something, especially as I've been consistently taking my anxiety meds that have helped, and they'd take away my anxiety completely. I don't suffer from sleep paralysis, never have. I suffer from night terrors, and I've had a few pretty nasty night terrors about this incident. And in every single one of them, I saw a black figure that was as void of light as a black hole, except for 2 red or white dots, where I'd assume eyes were. This was and still is the most terrifying couple of events that I've been through out of my entire life, from what I can remember. I genuinely don't think I'll ever have a more terrifying experience. I don't think I'll ever know what was down there with me. But I know for certain something else was there, and that its intentions were not good in any way. I'm certain if I'd gone against my instincts and looked, I would have been met with something more than unkind, and more terrifying than the feeling I got from it. Thinking and typing about it now, I still become fearful with a twinge of terror welling up in my chest. I hope I never have to experience that again, as it's stronger than any anxiety or PTSD I've ever had. If you've made it to the end, thanks for reading. I appreciate it. I'm happy I could share my story. So a couple of weeks ago, I was working on the electrical wiring at a church, and I got into a pretty crazy conversation with the pastor there. It seemed pretty far-fetched, but as I listened to him, he never smiled. And he's also an older man. I'd assume he'd have no reason to tell such a lie in such detail. You tell me. So he tells me that like 30 years ago, he and some members of the church went to volunteer and spread the word of God to the villages of the African Congo. It was nearly a 2-month trip, and the gist of what they would bring was a lot of Bibles, English Bibles. There was about 30 people, 15 adults, 15 young adults, and they would ship supplies to build small structures. Their mission was to provide education, which the pastor clarified was teaching prayer, not math and reading. Besides helping out in the community, their main goal was to build a church so that all the people in the village could continue to worship, even once the church or the mission was ready to return home. So the pastor says one day he went with a couple of military-type guides into the rainforest to gather resources. The pastor tells me that the rainforest alone was an impending spectacle. Behind the tree line hides an unforgiving place. And he said, where even God can't find you underneath the foliage and the vines. Through what he described as sweltering and humid air by midday, they'd all just traveled 1 to 2 miles deep into the Congo. Still, they were areas only touched by villagers on rare excursions. The pastor also emphasizes how odd the younger guide was acting the whole time, how he'd been giving him an uneasy feeling from the start of their trip, continuously looking over his shoulder, speaking quietly to the other guide in their native tongue. The pastor says he even asks if there was something wrong with this kid. The guide leading the way tells him that he's very superstitious, and he thinks that this area of the rainforest is cursed. It's not. Don't worry about him. So they continue deeper. Eventually they make it to a water source and take a break. They all set their backpacks down or whatever they were carrying and drink and eat food that they packed. The younger guide is looking more and more uncomfortable while whispering to the second guide. The pastor asks, "What's he saying?" The guide does his best to translate his buddy's concern, but basically saying he doesn't want to be hiking back in the dark. Guide number 1 reassures both the younger guide and the confused pastor that they should be out by sunset. "Don't worry," he tells the pastor. The pastor tells me that he takes this opportunity to remind them that God is on their side, protecting them. Guide number 1 translates that back, and they all prayed together. Moments after, he says that the rainforest went silent, so noticeably quiet that even with the language barrier, an exchange of glances confirmed they were all feeling the same unsettling knot form in their stomachs. The ground starts to vibrate beneath them and then stops. The lead guide explains that they're above a winding cave system called the TESDAHL caves. One of the tunnels may have collapsed, and that was probably the cause of the sudden quake. I ask the pastor what he's feeling when he's hearing this. Did he know there was going to be random earthquakes? He explains that he was truly freaked out, and at that point was firmly gripping the cross around his neck. He suggests to the group that they wrap up what they're doing and start the trek back. The guide says that they need to collect a fishing trapper net that they had a little ways up the river. They can't leave it out. So, reluctantly, they proceed to follow the river up about a mile until they reach the mouth of a huge cave, dark and deep. Its entrance swallowed any light that the trees didn't block. The pastor tells me that from a distance, it looked like huge patches of webs were stuck on the walls and rocks, resembling what some caterpillars do in trees in the summer. He says that that kind of stuff was all over the mouth of this cave. Approaching, The pastor makes it clear he wants nothing to do with this, telling them, "I'm not going in there." But the guide tells him that's fine, that he can wait at the edge. It's only a couple of meters inside. The two guides get out their lanterns and leave their backpacks with the pastor. He watches them walk through this massive entrance. A couple of strides in, and the lead guide misses his footing on a wet rock, crashing into the shallow riverbed, destroying his lantern. The shattering of glass can be heard over the moving water. The younger guard scrambles to help him back up, but is told to stop moving. Or at least that's what the pastor thinks is said, because the kid freezes in place like a statue, both of them now staring into the darkness. The pastor held his breath. Fear hung in the air. It was an immediate saturation of senses, watching them both stay there motionless, doing their best not to disturb a single atom around them. This goes on until the younger guide slowly starts moving his lantern, briefly illuminating a small portion of the black with faint visibility. On the wall, there looks to be a massive cocoon attached to one of its interior formations. But upon closer inspection, as the light continues its path across, it's revealed to be a big leopard, deceased and wound tightly in the web. Its head is partially sticking out of the shell of silk around it. The pastor realizes that the shoreline and riverbed are littered with bones from many different animals, the sight of which makes him want to run, but he has absolutely no clue where. He says that while keeping his eyes on the light, scanning the cave, he slowly made his way out of the water with the others' backpacks and set them down on dry land. Just in case he had to move quickly, he didn't want to drop everything in the running river. The lead guide gets to his feet and points for his partner to shine the light up. When they do, the pastor says he witnessed a creature that, I quote, was a nightmare from hell, staring down at them. It was a spider, larger than a car. Only its upper half was uncovered. The rest of its body was tucked inside a hole above that it quickly retreated in when the light touched its eyes. The pastor stretched his arm out wide, said its legs were literally 5-6 feet long, something he couldn't help but catch his breath while describing to me. And it was fast, he said. Right when the light touched it, it pushed itself backwards into the labyrinth of tunnel formations. The pastor says he begins to shout at the two guides in the water, telling them to run. The shout makes them jump, sending them into a sprint directly backwards. They reach the pastor. Everyone throws on their backpacks, and now he joins in their sprint. Glancing back, the spider never reemerged from the nest to pursue, but that didn't change their pace at all. By the time they were out of the rainforest, the pastor's legs were covered in cuts and lashes from the vines and branches they ran through. He lifted up his pant leg and pulled down his sock to show me his old wrinkled scars on his shins, just to prove it. He says they got back in their truck, and well before sunset, they drove back to the village. En route, the lead guide is talking on the radio with some haste. When they arrive, they're at the village center, and the truck doors are being swung open by more military men. These ones have guns, and they look more official than the two guides the pastor was hiking with. They direct them out of the truck, bring them to a small wooden one-room building. Inside the building is a well-dressed man. He says he's sitting behind a table, smoking. When they enter, he puts out the cigarette, and he stands up to greet them. The pastor says that this man's attention was mainly focused on him, and he spoke fluently in English, telling the pastor that what he saw will never reach Western media. He tells him that they have copies of his passport, his address, and other personal information that will ensure his compliance, otherwise risking total financial and physical ruin. He goes on, stating further that if word got out about this species of spiders, the deforestation to hunt and eradicate them would cause irreparable damage to all of the other wildlife there. He explains that when new nests are discovered in the caves, a team later sets out to bomb that tunnel system, closing off the entrance and destroying countless limited resources in the process. He tells the pastor, "You cannot stay here. You cannot speak of what you saw to your team. Your mission is over." And with that, they had other men pack up the pastor's belongings, and he was thrown on a plane back home, separated with no chance to talk to anyone from the church before he left. I asked him, what the heck did he tell everyone when they started wondering where he'd gone? He tells me he'd simply told them it was something God had told him to do. He says that he was most worried about them while they were still there. He wasn't sure that they would remain safe, telling me that the man that sent him home, he wasn't friendly, and he meant business. The pastor believed that he let them leave because of their affiliation with the church, and that's all. He ended his story to me with the name of the spider, or what he thought it was. Not one that was shared with him by anyone in the Congo, but something he discovered years later when curiosity got the better of him. Of course, I can't remember the name of the spider, because it was something insane. But I've been searching the internet, and the things I'm finding, well, they're terrifying. The stories themselves, without visuals, they're enough to give me nightmares. It was too wild of a story to not share it with someone before it left my brain or something. So, what do you think? Help me rationally process something that just occurred. Like I literally hopped into my car, locked the doors, and started typing this. About 10 minutes ago, I began this walk to my car. Right now, it's almost 4 a.m. It's a quiet, empty street. I'm making my way down the sidewalk when this woman rushes up behind me and clutches my arm. I'm like, what the fuck? And I try to pull away, but she squeezes my arm to keep me from separating and matches my walking pace. Her hands are freezing, and she's holding on to me like I was a prom date. I'm like, lady, get the fuck off of me. But she grabs me closer and whispers, please, just walk. She sounded scared. This put me on high alert, and I continued walking with her, while also trying to look around to see if anyone else was out here. I ask if she's being followed, but she doesn't respond. No, she doesn't even look up at me. We do this for about 2 more blocks, and then she just lets go of me and hits a dead sprint down the road. I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? Then I hear footsteps running behind me. I look over my shoulder, and I see someone's coming up fast. So I spin around, swinging a haymaker, thinking I'm about to get jumped. But nobody's there. I turn back around, and the girls disappeared too. Gone. Nowhere to be found. I'm now alone again, and scared beyond belief. I then proceed to uncontrollably yelp and jump run all the way back to my car. What just happened? It was around mid-May 2008. There was this apartment that I lived in with my ex-fiancé for about a year. I moved in rather quickly with her because when I first met her, she told me that she had so much trouble sleeping alone in her room. And even in a house with 3 other roommates, still, there was always such a feeling of dread whenever night fell. When I first visited her apartment and her roommates, everything on the surface level was quite happy. Everybody was friendly and jovial and welcoming. It wasn't until it got dark outside that they'd all start to get anxious. Patrick would dodge his eyes about the room as if he was seeing something out of the corner of his eye. Melanie would be looking up at the ceiling as if she'd heard an unfamiliar noise clamoring about upstairs. Eventually, somewhere into the night, Cassidy would say something like, "It's here." I never bothered to ask what they were doing or talking about when these things would transpire. I figured it was some sort of house joke of which I was not included. Move-in day was when I started to grasp what was going on. My ex and I were fixing to get to bed when she told me, "Go to the bathroom now, before you fall asleep." "All right, Mom," I joked. "Seriously," she said as she opened her bedroom door and peered down the hallway. "You do not want to walk down that hallway in the middle of the night." I went to the bathroom and finished my business, and for the first time, I got creeped out. I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed almost as if I just knew there was somebody outside the door. Upon watching the bathroom light streak down the hallway after opening the bathroom door, I saw no trace of a person. I turned off the lights and walked down the hallway towards my ex's bedroom. It was eerie. It felt like I was a strange victim of voyeurism. Your hallway is creepy. I jumped into the bed, clinging my arms around my girlfriend, feigning fear. "Protect me, please." "Don't joke." She got up and locked the door and gave me the most serious stare and said, "You'll see. You'll see." I didn't fall asleep immediately. From what I recall, I sort of drifted in and out of sleep. Regardless, I remember somebody walking back and forth through the hallway and up and down the stairs. It happened to be quite irritating. That morning after, my ex and I went out to get breakfast burritos. In the car, I brought up one of her roommates walking all over the apartment into the early hours of the morning. "We don't know what it is," she said, nervously clutching her goose-pimpled shoulders. "But it's not one of us," she finished saying. I laughed a bit. "What is it, like a ghost or something?" "Maybe." She dead-eye stared at me. Of course, I believed in ghosts to a degree, but I had never really been sure I had ever experienced anything supernatural or paranormal or whatever. I was raised Catholic, though, so it definitely has a presence in my family's beliefs and whatnot. Attempting to fall asleep that night began the same, with abrasive footsteps pacing the hallway and trudging quickly up and down the stairs. It sounded almost like a child bouncing on the floorboards, trying to get as much attention as they possibly could. It was this strange sort of thump, thump, thump. That sand walk from Dune. To me, that's what it sounded like. It was a weird, unrhythmic thumping. What's going on? I asked myself. I squinted at the clock. It was 2:30, and the sounds would never cease. I bounced out of bed, put my ear to the door, and just when the stepping was crossing my ex's door, I quickly opened it, hoping to catch whoever it was. But there was nothing. I peered out into the hallway and I saw nobody, or it seemed like there was nobody. After a few moments, though, I could tell that there was indeed somebody standing at the very end of the hallway by the bathroom. Shadowed, and not quite shaped right. It was almost as if they were blurry, or as if they had no solid line or definition. It could almost be considered just a black splotch in the corner, perhaps a trick of the light, the way the moon lights the hallway through the windows or something. I shrugged it off and said to myself, well, that's friggin' weird. After that experience, of course, I just had to jazz up my new roommates and eventually ask the question. So, guys, what's up with that hallway upstairs? It's not as if they looked at me as if I was legitimately insane, but rather they looked at me as if I was insane for asking an insane question that held such an easy answer. Eventually, I'd find that perhaps the answer was crazier than the question. When the shadow man sees you in the hallway, Melanie began to say, clutching onto the couch pillow, he just lingers there by our bathroom, and as soon as you leave your room and go into the hallway, he approaches you. Cassidy added with an interruption of, and it gets really cold, and it just feels like death. I found it sort of odd how Melanie referred to the splotch in the hallway as the shadow man, and then referred to the figure as he twice after that. She had given it a gender, an identity, a step away from a personality. After that, Cassidy referred to the figure as it instead of he. So possibly Cassidy was not seeing the same sort of figure as Melanie, or perhaps even me. I thought maybe the apartment complex was haunted due to the prior tenants. But no go. The apartment complex was brand spanking new. My ex-fiancé and her roommates were the first people to move into the apartment. They didn't even have neighbors yet. The second conclusion I came to was that perhaps it was built on one of those creepy, old-timey Native American burial grounds of some sort. But no go. I researched the entirety of the city and anything surrounding it within the city, and the land on which the apartment complex sat was basically, well, just land. Maybe a farm at best, way back in the 30s. It certainly wasn't anything in the records prior to 2008, when the apartment complex was constructed. So I was at a loss. A brand new apartment complex built on absolutely nothing, with no historical significance in a historically insignificant town that has no history of being haunted. Listen to me, Cassidy daringly said to me, with a tone of begrudgment and maybe a smidge of judgment. No, just listen to me. Go upstairs and see for yourself. What? Why? I nervously stood up and began pacing about the room, peering out the window and watching the sun go down. You're the new one, my ex said. You have the most resistance to it. That struck me as an odd thing to say, and at first I thought I'd been dealing with a bunch of overzealous children, afraid of boogie people and other things that go bump in the night. I, of course, said something akin to, okay, fine then, I will. And up I went, charging up the stairs as if I had not a care in the world. I ascended up into the darkness. I turned the corner, and I stood upon the entrance of the crickety hallway, leering down into the nighttime hallway. And then, there it was, the black spot in the corner of the hallway, darker than the darkness itself. It had no eyes, no face. Yet still, I experienced the unshakable feeling that it was glaring deep down into my soul. Suddenly, almost with a whoosh, the inky cloak of terror was right before me, and the hallway was cold and dreadful. And with a surge of energy, I felt myself almost knocked to my bottom, as if something pushed me down just by running past me, and or through me. All I could think to do in that instant moment was careen back down the stairs and freak out in the living room. I was now convinced something weird was upstairs. Afterwards, in the safety of my girlfriend's bed, we both decided not to turn the lights off after the door was locked. So there we lay in bed, holding each other. It wasn't always like this. My ex's goosebumps were emerging from her skin with every new word she broke upon me. "I was happier here," she said. "That is, it was until Patrick came." Rather innocently, I asked her, "What do you mean?" "So, Patrick moved in," she explained. "This black spot showed up. It grew and it grew, like a black hole." That night, she told me that everything was wonderful when it was just the three women who'd initially moved into the apartment. But after Melanie started dating Patrick and Patrick moved in, well, that's when all of the aura about the house became ominous. Soon after Patrick arrived, there was at first just a bad feeling over the bedroom where he and Melanie slept. Then, as soon as anybody would slip out of their bedroom to use the bathroom, they were met with the black spot in the hallway, with the whoosh, with the cold, and with the dread. What I had not known or noticed about Patrick was that at the time he was an alcoholic, and until my girlfriend mentioned it to me, I never put together how subtly abusive he'd been to Melanie. Apparently Patrick had had many nights in which he'd wake up around 2 or 3 in the morning, drift into the hallway, only to eventually end up cowering in the corner, screaming and yelling, crying. "It's coming to get me! It's coming to get me!" The longer I lingered, living in the apartment, the more I got to know Patrick. To me, it seemed as if the longer he lived there, the bigger and darker the black spot in the corner would grow. It was as if it grew stronger, better, faster, had more gusto. It was as if Patrick's soul had been feeding it, slowly but surely. Oftentimes, he'd want to take me out drinking to the bar. I like my pints, like any good Irish Catholic boy indoctrinated into the church, but I prefer to like the company I keep, and Patrick was not a part of a company I wanted to be around. After a while, I got irritated with the way that he would speak to Melanie and the things that he would say to her. It just kind of irked me. It was inappropriate, abusive, and unnecessary. There were a few times where I'd have to bust into his bedroom and pull Melanie away from him for fear that he'd get rash and do something that would make me just want to annihilate him. It's hard to evict people in the state of California if they pay rent, or even if they don't. They have squatter rights. Yeah, it's a real thing, and it's a pain in the neck. Patrick would drink constantly. He'd steal money or he'd steal things that he thought he could get money from. I caught him a few times, and those few times were awkward and sort of antagonizing. I don't like getting aggro on people, but I don't tolerate abuse, manipulation, and thievery. Consistently, he'd always say, "It's the black spot, making me do it." "Sure, buddy, sure." I'd say something like, "Whatever helps you sleep at night," to him. But he didn't sleep. He was starting to scream and jolt around in the hallway every single dark hour. One of the strangest things I remember seeing there was when Patrick was shoving some books and binders into his backpack as he went down the stairs, and Cassidy was right behind him. And then out of nowhere, she just seemed to lift into the air and fly backwards. It was as if somebody just shoved her with all of the might in the world, and this poor girl, probably a twig at best, just went reeling backwards into the wall. It got weird because I could never see the shadow during the day. It was always more invisible as opposed to shadowy during the course of the day. Then it got weirder because her leg just got raised up, all strange-like. It seemed almost as if she was about to be pulled up the stairs, but suddenly she jerked up and made a strange bellowing sound. I realized immediately the wind has been knocked out of her, and she was trying to catch some air. It got to a point where everybody was on edge all the time, and anybody who didn't live at the house never wanted to come and visit anymore. My ex and I went to different schools at the time. I'd finished a week before her. I had nothing better to do than lounge about and walk around in my pajamas and eat ice cream. You know, priorities. One morning I awoke, and the last thing I remembered is my ex kissing me goodbye before she went to her finals. I took my sweet time unwrapping myself from the burrito of my bedding. I stumbled down the stairs and dove into my ice cream. Wearing just my pajama pants, holding an orangesicle ice cream carton, wielding a spoon. About the time I was enjoying the ice cream the most was the time I noticed the strangeness of the house. How quiet it really was. How empty. There was nobody home. The entire month I'd lived there, this was the first time I'd ever had the house all to myself. Around the time that I realized how quiet and empty it was, and how I had the whole house to myself, was when I started to question if I actually did have the house all to myself. Thump, thump, thump. Again, of course. Thump, thump, thump. I've never heard voices in my head or anything like that. I understand our imaginations can run wild with us and whatnot. No, this was the sound of somebody walking down the stairs. I stood there with my bowl of melting orangesicle ice cream, staring up at the stairway, feeling a bit of a showdown, some sort of standoff, waiting for the wildebeest around the corner, just thumping its way down. And I heard it, but I saw nothing, witnessed nothing. And making my way around the corner down the stairwell, still nothing was seen by me, but what I heard was ever present. Then, making its way down the very last step before it was downstairs proper, it just stopped. It stopped, yet I could feel something was glaring at me. A wild wildebeest stampeding me with its eyes only. I was not welcome, that's for sure. I couldn't really move. Definitely I was terrified. Most certainly I was very, very confused. Also, I was curious, and perhaps a bit enraptured. There'd been so much fear revolving around this thing, and I sort of wondered if perhaps I should be feeling sort of sorry for it. And I did. I felt a sort of remorseful feeling that came over me, and I started to tear up. I use the word revolve because a revolution is when something comes into a full circle, finding its point from whence it started. I use this word because the fear started the same place and way it ended. It just came so full friggin' circle. Elliott Smith said something in Division Day. When you don't know what you're looking at, it makes it much harder to tame. Maybe he said take. But that's the best way I can describe it. Still, to this day, I was just in the presence of something I knew not, and because of the unknowing of it all, I was basically terrified. Suddenly, as if the air was being sucked out of me, this big, banging, thumping sound went screaming like a banshee up the stairwell, and I had to put my hands on my knees in a crouch position and regain my breath before I opened the front door and ran outside to my car, where I then proceeded to go to the Walmart parking lot, just to even things out as far as terror goes. I waited until my ex got out of her finals, and then I met her on campus. We went out to dinner that night. We went to stay with her parents for the 2 weeks after that, and shortly after that, we moved out for good. I'm not sure what was going on there with that situation, because as far as Patrick goes, I mean, is it possible that this guy would just bring something around with him? Is it likely he awakened something that lay deep down beneath the emptied-out land, something from long, long ago? I often wonder if I'm any different from Patrick. I wonder if I'm capable of carrying around a darkness about me that I could easily unleash into the darkest hallways of unsuspecting, soon-to-be adults just wanting to get some sleep. I often wonder, what if it wanted me? What if I was the target? You had a story on here, one of your older episodes, but I only just heard it recently. The way the person described feeling, I felt that. What they heard. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it 2 years ago, or I'll say I would have been skeptical. But when I heard their story, it instantly sparked something for me. Legit, I've decided to put it out of my mind, at least a majority of the days. In the beginning, it was so I could simply manage existing. I mean, this was just after the peak of quarantine in 2020. Now it's easier to talk about because I've had a lot of talk therapy. And well, let me just go on with the story. So like I said, my city was under a rather intense quarantine period at this time. Ours started closer to April 2020. It was June, and I was forced to live alone for a while. My roommate at the time had been visiting her parents. Once she got there, her father was sick and she opted to stay away for a couple of weeks to be with him. Where we lived, some could consider it the rougher part of town. It was the part that didn't have many churches, but plenty of motels and lots of dilapidated buildings. It was relatively close to where my roommate and I worked via public transportation, a bus stop a few yards from the apartment building's front entrance. We rarely had to walk the area alone or at night. Also, when we were signing the lease, I decided that being on the second floor made me feel better, until of course it didn't. So it's a Monday. I'm one of 2 store managers at a local large grocery chain. My store will be shutting down in 6 weeks, but I don't know that at this point in the story. Either way, I have to go to work. So I mask up, grab everything I need, and as I'm about to head out the door, I feel something lightly blow on my neck and ear. I say lightly, but it actually kind of startled me. There was no real reason to feel a cool breeze this time of year. I shiver, and I glance down at the table by the front door. My pepper spray. I'd been looking for that. Had I found it and forgotten? I grab it, and I head for the bus stop. Get to work, no problem. Start my day. Bing, bang, boom. Day's over before 7 p.m. I make my way to the bus stop to head home. Beautiful. I had plans to watch The Bachelor that night, a show I normally don't get to enjoy the night of when my roommate's home. Bus ride is the same as usual. Lots of people, too close for comfort, practically empty by the time we get to my stop. My stop is coming up. I go to pull the wire, but as I do, somebody else pulls it. And I hear the familiar ding that the stop has registered. I'm sort of nosy, so I'm casually peeping around the bus like, who's this person getting off at my stop? Hope he's cute. Kid you not, those were my thoughts. No one cute on the bus, so that's a shame. I get bored with trying to figure it out, and I just wait for the bus to stop so I can get home. I make a dash for the middle exit of the bus, and I see one other person, a guy, getting off. He's making an even quicker dash towards the bus's rear exit. I figure he's also trying to get home to The Bachelor. Not really, but the thought made me smile. That was the last time I'd smile for a while. Once off the bus, I note that the streets were relatively empty. Only a couple walking in the opposite direction on the other side of the street. There's no sign of the man I just saw get off the bus. I thought that was sort of strange. My apartment building is the first real building you can walk into on this street. The stop is practically for our apartment block. He didn't have enough time to get in, did he? I was battling with myself in that moment, saying that any other day would I even notice this? Why do I care? So, I'm now looking down at my phone, scrolling through Instagram, when I get that feeling that someone's close to me. I look up and then around, behind. No one. I remember the pepper spray, which I reach for slowly. I'm holding it in my hand inside my purse. I also leave Instagram and move towards punching 911 into my phone. I'm not even sure why. I walk with this defense until I get to my apartment building. Once inside, I relax a bit and I make my way up the stairs. Someone is following you. I hear these words, but I have no idea where they're coming from. They almost sound like my subconscious, but it's not my voice I'm hearing. I pause and I listen. I hear footsteps in the distance, so I sort of hurry mine. Faster. That same voice. So I ran. I think I hear the footsteps in the distance growing closer, but I'm running so fast that I'm not sure how close or how loud they really are. I don't stop. Once I get to my door, I frantically search for my house key, so I'm no longer holding my pepper spray or my phone. I've allowed them to slip into the abyss of my purse. I see someone round the corner. I don't see their face, only that they have on black joggers, a black hoodie, a face mask covering most of their face, except the eyes. Is it the guy from the bus? I don't know. He makes eye contact with me, but doesn't start to charge me. Just looks and then looks away, walking calmly. I've got my keys. I unlock the door quickly and I just rush in, immediately closing and locking the door behind me. I take a stance, peering out the people to see if the man stops. I then press my ear against the door. I can hear the slow creak of the hallway. So someone is still in it. I look back through the peephole, anxiously waiting for him to pass by my door. But he never does. All I can think at that moment is, wow, what a lunatic I am. Poor guy probably just lives in my building and I just look like a crazy lady now. But that voice, what was that voice? Why did I have some weird telepathic warning if it was just nothing? Oh my God, he's probably waiting for me to leave the apartment. So now I'm paranoid, but I don't still hear the voice. So no more warnings. Perhaps I escaped the danger. I decide to try to move on, to watch my show. For context, at night, when I'm ready to settle down and watch stuff, I usually do this with all the lights off because I like to keep the window open without worrying about others outside being able to see in somehow. We don't have AC in the apartment, so it's pretty common that people keep their windows open or their back door slightly ajar. We didn't have one of those do-it-yourself AC units, so we just kept a fan running near the balcony, which I would usually crack about halfway. We had these small balconies that were more for show than anything else. You couldn't really put any sort of furniture on there, or have more than one person out there at a time. From the outside, they looked like little fancy balconies. Look. What is this voice? And what am I supposed to be looking at? I freeze. Not that I was moving much anyways, but I mute the TV and I sat in stillness, slowly looking around the apartment, Not sure what I'm expecting to find, if anything. Then I see him. A man wearing black joggers, a black hoodie, and a face mask covering most of his face. But I can see his eyes, and this time, they keep looking at me, even as he braces himself over the railing of the small for-show balcony. He's staring right at me. Your purse. I grab my purse immediately. I'm just doing what the voice tells me to do at this point. I dump the contents out of the bag. I can see that the man has a backpack with him, and horrible thoughts race through my mind, and I make a run for the balcony door. Phone in one hand, pepper spray in the other. Should I have run out the front door instead? Probably. But here I was, charging this man. I can see as I'm approaching that he's already got one foot inside the door, so I lunge forward, throwing my entire body weight into the door. It slams his foot. He screams but doesn't move. Instead, he slides his arm in, trying to whack me upside the head or something. So in this completely jangled position on the floor, I just reach up with my left hand and I start spraying. Just pressing down on this button, one I've never actually had to press, with all of the force in the world. Just when I think I'm going to empty this entire canister on this man, his foot gives and the door slams. In a flash, and without moving my body weight, I reach up and lock the door. Now, I dial 911, stand up and face the guy. He's in wild pain, grabbing his face and frantically trying to reach around for anything that will provide relief. I tell the 911 dispatcher my address first. Then I go into detail about how there's a man frantically trying to break into my apartment. I told her I'm pretty sure he followed me home. She asks if there's a neighbor I can stay with until the police get there. I tell her no, that this could very well be a neighbor. A horrible sound ricochets through my apartment. He's throwing himself into my back door, I explain to the woman. Officers are just a few minutes away. Can you lock yourself in any other room in the apartment? She tells me I should try to put distance between myself and this man. She's right, but my only other option is the bathroom. Do I lock myself in there? Huge crashing sound. I yell into the phone that he's inside, and I run, but not for the bathroom, for the front door. I get the door open and I run into the hall. I still hear the sounds of things crashing in my apartment, and I realize the guy probably still can't see what he's doing. I close my apartment door, and I run up the stairs to the 3rd floor, frantically knocking on every door, waiting for someone to answer. I don't stay in front of any door long enough for them to likely see who's knocking, but I keep going up and down the hallway, knocking, pounding. Okay, officers should be on scene now. You can meet them outside. I hear this coming from my phone. I thank the woman and ask if she can stay on the line until I see the officers. She agrees. A door opens. An elderly man pops his head out into the hallway, asking if I'm all right. I tell him yes, thank you, the police are here now. Someone tried to break into my apartment. Sorry for banging on the door, blah, blah, blah. Then, a scream of horror. It's a man's scream. The elderly man looks surprised. The sound is coming from outside, it seems. Ma'am, are you still on the line? I tell the woman yes, and that someone is screaming. She tells me to go ahead and meet the police outside. I thank her, and I disconnect the call. The elderly man leaves his doorway, and out of curiosity, I move towards his apartment. I think they got your burglar, he hollers from inside. I think he jumped. I immediately leave the doorway, run down the stairs, and I see police outside my door, inside my apartment, and near my balcony. They immediately start asking me questions. What's your name? Are you hurt? Do you know this man? But I'm asking them questions too. Where is the man? Did he jump? Did you catch him? What was in his backpack? I had this fantasy, I guess, that they would answer all of my questions right away. But no, they didn't give me his name. They didn't even tell me if he'd jumped. I figured that out 3 days later when a neighbor confirmed they'd seen the man make the jump, practically into police arms. But he landed bad. Looked like he got hurt, they said. Good. I'm sorry, but yeah, bad things happen to good people all the time. It's about time that something bad happens to someone bad. So back to my fantasy. The police will follow up with me every day, check on me. At the very least, they'll want me to go over my statement again. Crickets. Almost 10 days goes by without a single word from the police. I called them at least 10 times, once a day at that point. I'd managed to get the back door replaced, new locks, the works. I was quite literally only waiting to hear if this maniac was still on the street. Finally, day 14, the day my roommate was scheduled to come back to the apartment, 2 officers knock on my door. They remind me why they're there, as if I need the reminder. I let them in and they ask if I've had any other issues. You did catch the guy, right? They tell me they caught the guy jumping from my balcony and that guy was in the hospital. Again, good. The next 6 to 8 months were very rough. The landlord of our building decided to press charges in addition to my charges, so the case became a whole thing. That part is relatively boring and unjust. He was eventually charged with burglary in the 1st degree, which I was told was a good thing, that he would get a lot more time for that because it was a felony. Except he didn't. He was given the literal minimum sentence of 6 years. And I know for a fact he was released after serving just a fraction of that. Also, anyone who thinks that you can just get a payday when someone is ordered to pay restitution, yeah, no. It's far more complicated than that. And other than me not having to pay for my lawyer, I've seen $0 and likely never will. Meanwhile, I've put out plenty of money. Someone once said to me that I should just be happy that he didn't touch me. And to that I say, I am happy about that, of course. But I'm still fucking pissed too. 3 years? Burglary? The guy was absolutely not looking to steal anything. Not to mention, he didn't take anything. Such a fucked situation. Now, this guy is likely out there, playing predator to another woman. Makes me sick. And though I seem lucky in this situation, it's amazing how even after being victimized, minding your own business, you continue to be the one to pay for it all. The time and energy that this man has sucked away from me. And he's served what? Maybe 2 years. Anyways, thanks for listening to my story. But honestly, I'd love to know more about this voice I heard. The one that people from other stories have referred to. What was that? Because that shit was 100% real. And likely saved me entirely, if not a little bit. Even my therapist can't answer that one. So this has been going on for 2 years, but I moved into this house 4 years ago. I always blamed it on extreme stress and sleep deprivation, but now that I've been feeling better, comparably, and these visions are only getting worse and longer with this animal I'll describe in a second. It's getting closer and closer each time. It's starting to worry me. It's a tall, emaciated humanoid with pale, dead, flaky skin, long arms, and a tall head with an extendable neck with way too many joints. It lacks any ears or nose, and it has deep black indents where the eyes and mouth on a face of a human would be. Though its head is like two clumps cobbled on top of each other, so the eyes are further from the mouth than they would be, and the eyes are too close together. Almost like how little distance a flounder has between its eyes, which I know is a weird comparison, but the fact that it looks like your stereotypical horror game creature didn't help me take it any more seriously at first. This thing has given me 3 or 4 panic attacks by appearing in my doorway and slacking to get away. Whenever I think I'm 100% sure I physically see this thing, I have panic attacks that end with me crying in a corner with all of the doors locked, the lights off, for up to 2 hours. But I always thought this thing was just a manifestation of my stress. Relatively recently, the physical signs of it have been getting more and more intense. Started with floorboards creaking loudly and approaching my bedroom when everyone was asleep. Assumed it was the house settling. Then came the wailing that seemingly only I could hear. It began in the winter during a snowstorm, so I had been assuming it's just the wind. It's still happening. Sometimes on days with no wind, and sometimes it won't happen at all on very windy days. I haven't mentioned it to anyone. I'm afraid of doing so. Then, the opening and closing of the door of the room which I always feel like I'm in its presence. The laundry room. It's basically just our basement and looks just like one with the exception of the washer and dryer, folding clothes and hampers. I never like going in there, and I can't stand when the door is open to that room because I imagine it running down the hall and grabbing me, as if a flimsy wood door would deter it. I just figured it was the wind or people coming and going until it started happening every time I walked past late at night. Even after I closed it seconds ago, this doesn't happen in the day for some reason, or at least less in the day. Maybe I just notice it more at night because there's no light in there, so it's exceptionally dark. Then, the scratching noises. This began happening just before the visions intensified. The conditions. I'm the only one awake, it's dark outside, and it's between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Figured it was the dogs upstairs. When I realized that wasn't possible, I thought it may be a raccoon or a large bird that's gotten into the walls somehow and has made it their hideout. This isn't a light scratching. It sounded like at least a badger-sized animal. So I've dismissed the idea of it being a small rodent or passerine. Then the visions became vivid. I'd see it. It was a third-person perspective of the hallway it'd come through. I know it has a bloodstain under its right eye, and its dead, flaky skin that's peeling under the left one. I know its mouth looks like an open frown, and I know every detail of the hall, down to the positioning of objects that are often moved around. I think I'm either schizophrenic or this thing may be more real than I thought. I'm posting because my dogs are no longer willing to come downstairs with me at night, just as the visions have gotten their most vivid. Can anyone tell me why these visions are so vivid, despite the fact that my stress has been going down and I've been getting more sleep? The way our house is set up, there's a staircase leading up to the master suite, and it's at a 90-degree angle, no vents. One night, about 2 months ago, my boyfriend was standing at the end of the bed, looking towards the door, which is in a little hallway, so I couldn't see it from the bed. He was weirded out because there was a strong draft coming from under the door, but that's impossible, based on how the staircase is. Then I see him and my cat turn towards the door, and react at the same time, looking shocked. And I hear the door creaking open and then slam shut. There was nobody there. Then there was the sound of loud stomping, running up and down the stairs. Up and down, up and down, up and down, for a good 5 minutes. Nobody was in the house. Every couple of nights for about a week or two, this running and banging up and down the stairs, it happened. It happened so much to the point where we almost got used to it, and we'd just try to drown it out. Then it stopped, just as suddenly as it started. There were a few weird little occurrences. Doors opening by themselves, small noises, etc., but nothing crazy. Our back door has a storm door that has a dog door on it, and then there's an actual back door that's solid. The back door leads into a sunroom that's open to our backyard. We leave it open so the dogs can go in and out of the storm door, and around 7-ish at night, we call everyone inside and close the door for the night. Information that's very important for this next encounter is that my Shih Tzu Oatmeal hates going outside and will only go if we are with him. If I put him outside by himself, he claws and barks at the door and squeezes himself between the storm door and the back door. About a month ago, after calling everyone in, I was watching a movie downstairs, and my boyfriend was upstairs playing video games. About an hour or so into the movie, I hear scratching at the back door. I think it must be one of our cats, because it's hard for them to get inside from the sunroom. I go to let them in, and it isn't my cat. It's my Shih Tzu, Oatmeal. I pick him up and I love on him and tell him I'm sorry that we locked him out. He growls at me and runs off. Oatmeal is a dick, so I don't think anything about it. About 30 minutes later, my boyfriend comes downstairs and I tell him that he locked Oatmeal outside when we called the dogs in. He insists that Oatmeal has been upstairs with him this whole time, in his lap, making it hard to play video games. We have a kind of half-joking but mostly serious argument because we both insisted on seeing Oatmeal in 2 different places at once. I shrug it off and think my boyfriend just didn't want to admit that he locked Oatmeal out. No biggie. About 2 weeks ago, I wake up for work and take Oatmeal downstairs with me. I close the bedroom door behind me so that Odie doesn't run back upstairs and bother my boyfriend while he's trying to sleep. I do this pretty much every day. I go to work, come home, and my boyfriend's telling me how Odie got in trouble the night before after I fell asleep and said he locked him downstairs as punishment. I'm laughing because my dog is a dick, and I ask him when he decided to soften up and let Odie back in the bedroom, and he very seriously insists he didn't. I tell him that Odie was sleeping by my feet that morning, and I took him downstairs with me. We have another argument, both insisting that he was in 2 different places. About a week ago, we were watching TV, Odie sleeping by my feet as always. It gets late, so we turn everything off and we're laying there watching videos on our phone until we get sleepy. I feel something climb up in between us and circle a few times before settling against my back. I can feel my boyfriend petting it. I thought it was a little weird because I could still feel Odie at my feet, and my cat usually lays on top of me. He insists on being on top of me, and he'll climb back if I push him off. But I just assumed it's my cat anyway, because why would it be anything else? About 5 minutes later, I hear Oatmeal's growl come from in between me and him. My boyfriend hurries to turn on the light as something runs off the bed. Oatmeal is sleeping soundly by my feet, and my cat is sleeping in a chair across the room. My boyfriend throws himself out of bed and starts searching the entire room in a panic, going through the bathroom cabinets, the dirty laundry, under the bed. He literally had a gun and a flashlight and is hunting the room, panicked. He says that he was petting what he thought was oatmeal, but when he got to his head, it was completely hairless, and it growled and tried to bite him, and then ran off. We were up for hours before finally falling asleep with the lights on. At this point, I'm convinced it's not a ghost problem, but some sort of skinwalker or doppelganger monster plaguing this house. Over the next few days, we heard some strange noises and little things, but nothing huge. We talked to some people and decided to try and cleanse the house, so we were going to the metaphysical store to get supplies. As we're getting ourselves together, I hear 3 knocks come from the top of the stairs. I ask my boyfriend if he heard them, and then there were 3 more knocks, this time louder and more separated, more deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. We leave the house. When we get back, we decided to leave the stuff in the car until we're prepared enough to do what we need to do, because we didn't want to make whatever this thing was angry. But I did bring in a worry stone I got. I used to have one from when I went to Ireland. I carried it in my pocket, but I lost it. I put the worry stone in my nightstand drawer. We spent the evening downstairs. All of the animals were downstairs with us, and the bedroom door was shut. A few hours later, I go upstairs to shower, and I notice something sitting in my cat's water fountain. It's my worry stone. My stomach fucking dropped. So then the next night, we're at dinner with my boyfriend's mom, and she's telling me about all this weird stuff in the house that I didn't know about, including a mailbox in the wall in the downstairs closet. She says she assumed they used it to hide money, which I think is odd, but I decided to entertain that possibility until I actually went home and saw the mailbox. It's a tiny, bright red mailbox. They cut a hole and anchored it into the closet. The back of the mailbox is gone, and it opens into a crawl space between the wall and the back of the fireplace. There's a string in the mailbox that lowers into the cavity. Why would someone hide money in there? It's so obvious. Even if they were, why the string? Once you've found the mailbox, you've found the string. If the money falls out of the string, you have to cut the wall open to retrieve it. I made him cut a hole at the bottom of the wall, but we didn't find anything back there. Whatever they were lowering into the wall is long gone. This mailbox gives me the heebie-jeebies, but I decide to leave it alone. The next day, I'm at work, and I'm telling my coworker about the strange, tiny mailbox, and a pair of my grooming shears is thrown onto the floor from my shear holder, in front of both of us. We caught it on a security camera. My coworker was so freaked out, she had the manager go review the footage. I did close a drawer before the shears fell, and I've tried to recreate it, but I couldn't. They're soft closed drawers. I tried physically shaking the station, and even like body slamming it, trying to make my shears fall, but couldn't. At the exact same time this is happening, my boyfriend calls me from home and tells me that everything's okay, but something tried to catch the house on fire. He had been burning his mom's old tax documents for the last few days. It was about 10 years worth of paperwork, and it's hot here in Texas, so he split it up. He'd been burning the last batch. He went upstairs to grab something, came down, and something closed the flue, and the house was filling up with smoke. He had to extinguish the fire, which was reaching out of the fireplace. He had to evacuate the animals and air the house out. It's been like 3 days, and it still smells smoky in here. Again, little occurrences happen, lots of weird noises, doors opening, closing, hearing walking upstairs. Keep in mind, we have been sleeping with the lights on. I refuse to be in the house alone. Then last night, around 2 a.m., we're both awake and decide to go downstairs, grab a snack, and let the dogs out. My boyfriend is outside with the dogs, and I hear clear as day, loud thumping footsteps in our room, upstairs. I go outside. Then we both come back in, and we're on the couch, and the light in the dining room is flickering. I ask him if he noticed. He tells me that it started flickering when I got home. He tells me that's how he knew I was home and met me down in my car earlier that day. He said it hadn't flickered all day until I got home. And now that we were talking about it, the flickering got worse. On and off, on and off, on and off. We decided to turn the lights off and go back upstairs. Then upstairs in our bathroom, the light bulb in our wax melter bursts mysteriously. He goes downstairs to the laundry room, and our laundry room light all of a sudden won't turn on, when it was just on less than 30 minutes ago. He comes back upstairs, we lock our bedroom door, and try our best to go to bed. This morning, all the lights are working fine, until I'm out in my craft shed, where the electricity starts going on and off, randomly. Everything all at once, like the breaker was being switched back and forth, and then it just stops. After a few days of flickering lights, strange noises, doors opening, closing, we cleansed and salted the property. Here's to hoping this is the end of it. It would be nice to be able to sleep with the lights off again. I truly cannot explain what's happening in my house. We, my wife and I, moved in about 3 months ago. And ever since the second week, it's been wild. At first, it was just little things. Couldn't find the keys. Thought we locked the door, but didn't. All stuff easily dismissed by stress of work and a new place. But now, 3 months later, we've officially lost every single remote in the house. And I don't mean we physically lost them. No, they just disappeared. All of them. We have a TV in our room, a TV in the living room, and another in our bonus room downstairs. All three are missing their remotes, including the remotes to the Fire Sticks themselves. We replaced the remotes once, a month ago, only to have them disappear again. It's just us in this house. It's a brand new house. We're so confused. 2 nights ago, we woke up to the TVs being turned on, volume at full blast. No remotes anywhere to be found. It was so disorienting, running around the house trying to silence the sound. My wife is becoming more and more paranoid and scared. This is not what buying our first house was supposed to feel like. I feel like I'm losing my mind. If anyone knows what we should do, please share.